We now have a quorum, and that allows us to start. Therefore, to open the meeting, let me give the floor to our chair, Carlos Manuel Rodriguez. You have the floor.
Buenos días, William. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. And as William said, welcome to our second day of the 63rd GEF Council meeting. Today, Tuesday, November 24th. We got four agenda items for today. We'll go through the work program for the GEF Trust Fund, following by a report on the lead agency selection process for the integrated programs. After that, we will go over the third party review of agency compliance with the GEF minimum standards, and we finalize today's agenda with the GEF blended finance global program and the non-grant instrument policy update. This is what we have for today. Once more, I thank everybody for joining us. And without further ado, let me begin the council meeting for today with agenda items number 4, work program for the GEF Trust Fund. I would like to invite Mr. Claude Gascon to introduce a document GEF/C62/04 work program for the GEF Trust Fund. This will be the first work program for GEF 8, and we're very excited that we have a very good set of projects. Claude, over to you so you can present us this document. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. I have the next slide, please. I'm pleased to present to you the first work program of the 8th replenishment of the GEF. As is often the case, the first work program of the new cycle is usually modest in size, and this one follows that principle. We have, however, put lots of effort in our country engagement strategy and reached out to countries to ensure that the programming of GEF 8 resources gets off to a good start. I mentioned some of these activities yesterday in some of the regional workshops and upstream dialogues that we've been having. And all of this is to ensure that strategic decisions by countries are done with the best available information on the GEF 8 programming strategy and keeping that in mind. Next slide, please. The work program requests from the GEF Council the approval of 59.2 million, accompanied by 5.5 million in associated agency fees for a total of 64.7 million. This represents about 1.3% of the entire GEF 8 replenishment. We continue to work diligently with countries and agencies to assure the continuity of business, despite some continued challenges with the pandemic. While this represents a modest work program, we do anticipate the next work programs, especially June and December of 2023, to be very significant in both size and impact. And finally, the work program includes a global enabling activity project to support countries in building biodiversity finance plans aligned with the expected outcomes of the upcoming CBD COP15. Next slide, please. We're also very encouraged with the co-financing level that this work program is able to leverage. Over 285 million in total co-financing is associated with the 7 projects, if we exclude the enabling activity, of which almost 70% or 68%, a full 192 million, is an investment mobilized. Next slide, please. For the work program, these expected co-financing ratios amount to 1 to 7, with investment mobilized for mix and U-mix that are not LDCs or SIDs standing at 1 to 5. While this is still a very small sample size, only 7 projects and about 1.3% of the GEF financing, we're still encouraged by these levels of co-financing in the first work program. 4 of the 18 GEF agencies are represented in the December 2022 work program. UNEP has the highest proportion of resources program with close to 45% of the total work program resources, followed by UNDP with 38%. The World Bank and FAO each have 9% and 8% respectively. Biodiversity is a focal area with the highest proportion of resources being programmed in this work program, with 46% of all of the resources in this work program. Chemicals and waste comes in second with slightly over 32% of the work program resources, while the other focal areas share the remaining 22%. No resources were programmed for SGP, NGI, nor for the new innovation window in this work program. The regional distribution of GEF financing in the proposed work program is shown here. In all, 37 recipient countries will benefit from this work program, including 9 LDCs and 12 SIDS. Africa leads programming in this work program with 27.1 million programmed. Europe and Central Asia and Latin America follow with 11 and 10 million respectively. Finally, SIDS and Asia follow with smaller amounts programmed, 3.6 million and about a little less than 1 million for Asia, I'm sorry. The remaining resources programmed are for global projects. Next slide, please. And finally, the GEF 8 results associated with this work program are obviously commensurate with the level of resources being programmed. Nonetheless, 9 of the 10 core indicators are benefited from this work program with modest delivery on the GEF 8 targets, as well as benefiting a large number of beneficiaries. Excluding the enabling activity projects, 6 of the 7, or 86% of the projects that were included in this work program, confirm that they have addressed gender equality as per GEF gender equality policy, and clearly articulated gender perspectives in the project description. The project that did not address gender equality at PIF stage will do so during project design stage. A detailed analysis and action plan, in fact, on gender mainstreaming will be carried out for that project during project preparation phase. With this, I thank you for your attention and hand back the floor to the chair.
Thank you so much, Claude, for the presentation of the work program for the GEF Trust Fund. Now I would like to open the floor to council members and alternates for whatever the questions, clarifications, recommendations, or comments they may have. As usual, I will ask William to help us with the list of speakers.
Thank you very much. Tom, followed by Ben and Marta. So Tom, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Claude. Your point on gender equality just basically is exactly what I wanted to mention. That thank you that the 7th project will enhance gender equality at the project prep stage. We also were happy to see the focus on COVID recovery, inclusion of the most vulnerable, especially the 9 LDCs and 12 SIDS. Women and youth and Indigenous people will benefit from this work program. Importantly, we noticed that there was a lot on biodiversity, and I assume that this will be brought to COP15 in Montreal in, I think it's just about a week or so. Anyways, thank you so much for this work program. A good start to the GEF 8 period. We will have a few comments as project specific that we'll send later, including, for example, the safer one. Thank you to our dear Dutch colleague for putting on the table and for you to have listened and put it to us at the very first available moment. And we also note with some sort of, I guess, pride that the Artisanal Gold Council from our University of British Columbia is doing some good things in Peru, Colombia for artisanal mining to get rid of mercury poisoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Ben from UK, followed by Marta from Spain.
Many thanks, William, and also thank you, Claude, for the presentation. Nice and succinct, and also good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody else. So firstly, I'd just like to note that obviously you mentioned, Claude, that you'd usually expect this first work program to be smaller. However, I do note that at $64 million, this is less than half the size, I think, of the similar program at this stage under GEF 7. So it'd be useful to explain why it's particularly small in this case. Obviously, it's very good to hear that the next 2 work programs are going to be significantly larger. So it's great to hear that as well. Also great to hear that there is already significant levels of co-financing being provided for this set of projects. So that's good news. Given the size of the work program, it's already mentioned, and we wouldn't necessarily be expecting significant results at this stage. However, we were a bit surprised that under the core indicator, marine habitat and improved practices of biodiversity, you're already at 15%, or a sixth of what you'd expect under that particular indicator, while only using 1/80th of the GEF resources. So maybe it'd be useful to understand why that was so significantly large. Not bad, but useful to understand that. We strongly support as Tom mentioned, the biodiversity umbrella program, which supports developing countries and the expectations of the outcomes of CBD 15. So very important that we have that here in this particular council. And it's also be useful if the methodology used is closely aligned to that being followed with countries with biofin. Finally, we would like to see project 11050 again about strengthening management of Red Sea and Gulf and Aden ecosystems. It's important that there's significant focus on the management of security risks there and the complex governance challenges involved. We're not sure if that was adequately covered, so it'd be useful to see that project again. But apart from that, obviously, we would be very happy to approve this work program, and we will send further comments in writing. Many thanks.
Thank you, Ben. Now Marta, followed by Ana. Marta, you have the floor.
Thank you. Gracias. Nos alegramos de la variedad de temáticas ambientales con las que se inicia este primer programa de trabajo del GEF 8. En el desarrollo de estos proyectos consideramos muy importante abordar enfoques integrales que incluyan a todos los actores relevantes, especialmente a la Administración federal y estatal, porque su involucración es fundamental para lograr el impacto deseado. También consideramos relevante apoyarse en las lecciones aprendidas en proyectos e iniciativas previos. Por ejemplo, el proyecto 11.049 sobre circularidad y plásticos libres de contaminantes orgánicos persistentes y su coordinación con los planes nacionales de implementación del Convenio de Estocolmo. Finalmente, queríamos hacer mención al proyecto 11.054, el que más financiación recibe en este programa de trabajo, referido al desarrollo de planes de financiación de la biodiversidad, por el énfasis en esta materia expresado en el proceso de reposición del GEF 8. Consideramos importante el desarrollo de las actividades de capacitación para apoyar el marco global de biodiversidad post-2020. Respeto y apoyo a las comunidades indígenas y locales y la evaluación de los impactos negativos de la financiación relacionados con la pérdida de biodiversidad. De cara a la próxima reunión, en diciembre de la COP 15.2 del Convenio de Diversidad Biológica, donde se esperaba la adopción del nuevo marco global de biodiversidad, consideramos importante enfatizar el rol del GEF como mecanismo financiero de este convenio. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Marta. Next, Ana, followed by Hongxia. Ana, you have the floor.
Thanks. Thanks very much. First, thank you for presenting the first work program of the GEF 8 period. It feels really good to kick off the work with some very important proposals that address many urgent concerns. While we stand ready to agree on the work program, we'd like to take the opportunity to make 3 general remarks or questions. First of all, we commend the forward-looking attitude of the GEF Secretariat in reaching out to all involved parties to make possible the project proposal on the Safer, this huge oil storage vessel floating and rusting off the Yemeni shore, a proposal that may well prevent a huge environmental disaster. If such a disaster would occur, the cost would be many, many times higher than the price tag of this proposal, and we'd all regret not having taken action when we still could. Second, while we're very glad that the work program is diverse and it expands across many regions and countries, we note that some of the countries where projects will be implemented are in the middle of ongoing conflicts, for example, Yemen, as just mentioned. And we'd be interested in hearing more about how GEF is approaching this and what kind of risk mitigation strategies you have in place carrying out projects in a conflict environment. And third, we commend GEF in supporting 5 African countries through a regional project addressing circular and POPs-free plastics, and welcome the fact that this is the first plastic sector project to directly target POPs in plastics. We do indeed feel that currently GEF is the best instrument for funding plastics-related work, instead of setting up a new fund, to note also in the upcoming plastics negotiations. Considering, though, that this project is implemented in quite different country contexts, we'd like to understand what kind of synergies this project plans to build on. We'd like to, for example, understand what it means in practice by the project directly benefiting 9,000 people, and would like to hear more of the potential of job creation in the context of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next speaker, Hongxia, followed by Claude. Hongxia, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We welcome the proposed first work program in the GEF 8 cycle and appreciate the joint efforts made by the GEF Secretariat, agencies, and recipient countries. We stand ready to join the consensus to approve this work program with 2 general comments. First, we do notice that the just concluded COP27 has provided guidance to the GEF to continue providing adequate, predictable, and timely financing for biannual transparency report. As we can see from the work program, almost 80% of the total work program resources are allocated to the focal areas of biodiversity and chemical and waste. It is important for the Secretariat to ensure a more balanced allocation of resources among focal areas, to ensure a balanced allocation of resources in future work program, in particular in climate change. So we also expect a more balanced allocation among regions in future work programs. Secondly, we encourage the GEF to forge synergies and build consensus with international initiatives such as the Global Development Initiative, strengthen communication and dialogue with recipient countries, and facilitate more cooperation between international implementing agencies and national implementing agencies. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Let me now give the floor to Claude for some comments and answers. Thank you.
Thank you, William, and thank you, council members, for this first set of questions. Yes, the allocation of resources, as both mentioned in a positive way by Tom on the BD side, and perhaps a more critical way by Hongxia in the unbalance, is something that we obviously will look into. In this first work program, of course, when we're talking about such a small volume of resources programmed, I would not put too much emphasis on the actual distribution among star focal areas or among focal areas across all of GEF focal areas, or even across regions. This is such a small proportion of the resources that it skews any interpretation that we want to make from $64 million of $5.3 billion replenishment envelope. Having said that, we will, of course, be very attentive to this, and as we always are, especially putting focus on getting LDC and SID support and projects from those countries programmed as rapidly as possible on the cycle. Ben, why such a small work program? Again, I think because of what I mentioned, it's the first of the replenishment, but perhaps more importantly, the signal that the replenishment negotiations had given to countries and to the GEF Secretariat was basically that the integrated programs in GEF 8 were a very, very high priority. And we have put a tremendous amount of effort, we in the GEF Secretariat have put a tremendous amount of effort in the since July 1st, in fact, and as I mentioned yesterday, we'll continue to do so until the end of January, in rolling out and socializing the GEF 8 strategy with a particular emphasis on integrated programs. And this is sending a message to countries that they should start to think very critically at their national priorities with a backdrop of the integrated programs and the incentive that participating in these programs can provide them, both in terms of a national project, in terms of a financial bump in the resources, as well as participating in a program that will be global or regional for the most part. And so I think the message that all of this has sent in the workshops that we have had and the discussions with countries has made countries think a little bit more deeply into the programming of resources. And in fact, we believe that many countries will be submitting expressions of interest in early 2023 to participate in the integrated programs as a first salvo, if you will, into their programming. After which I think they will then look at the remaining STAR allocations that they have and start to program those resources. So I think that may contribute as well to the modest size of this work program. And as I mentioned, I do expect the June and December work programs to be very significant. The enabling activity is including the BioFin tool or approach. It's very much aligned with that, and this is something that we have worked with the agencies and with the countries. And as Tom mentioned, we will be hopefully bringing this good news to the COP in Montreal, and hopefully the outcomes of that COP will allow this to be very successful. In terms of the global environmental benefits, yes, we have one core indicator that's already above 10%. And in fact, when some of these projects, there are several projects that are contributing to the marine habitat core indicator. And by definition, these projects cover very large geographic areas. When we got the submissions of the PIF, in fact, the proposed GEBs were even much higher. And we did some scrubbing on the numbers with the agencies, and we were able to bring this down to something that we feel is more appropriate. Some of these projects, and this is where the estimation of targets is also somewhat difficult when you don't know what is going to be programmed in a cycle. When a project in international waters is working on reviewing a transboundary diagnostic analysis and updating a strategic action plan for a very large area, that leads to the estimation of GEBs that could be inflated. And that's where we had an initial estimate, which was very high, and we were able to work with the agency to come down to something that's more manageable, that actually will represent perhaps the real areas of marine habitat that are being benefited. But again, it's something that we will continue to learn on the estimation. We get good data when we do program resources. We get better data when we get the results. And that's how our estimates, I think, in GEF 7, in GEF 8 were hopefully will be better than what we had in GEF 7, which was already a good set of estimates, because our estimates and targets in GEF 8 were based on some of the results of projects in GEF 7. Let me see.
We had a question on Yemen, Claude.
I'm sorry, on? Oh, on Yemen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. On China, on the BTRs, the transparency reports are typically approved as MSPs, and these, of course, don't go into the work program. We had a large number of umbrella program. We had a large umbrella program in the last council of June 2022, where we approved resources in excess of 30 million for BTRs, and so that also explains a little bit the discrepancy here on the climate change programming. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through some notes here. In working in difficult and fragile countries or areas is obviously something that presents a risk for the GEF. In the project in Yemen and SAFER, we work very closely with UNDP and the agency to estimate a lot of the risks that this investment may represent. UNDP is already involved in the cleanup, if you will, or the management of the cleanup before the GEF project, and so this was something that they had been working on also in managing the risk. In the end, we agreed with UNDP that a larger PPG was needed for this project to allow the agency to do a lot more due diligence after PIF approval, after council approval, because this project was put together very quickly and a lot of the normal due diligence prior to council approval was not possible due to the time constraints. But we are confident that UNDP has this high on their agenda, and that they will also use the PPG resources to make the proper risk estimates and mitigation measures for that project. I think that's about it for this round.
Yes, I just want to add, Claude, that there's been a full engagement of the Yemenese government in this initiative as well. So it is a very well coordinated effort with UNDP, which, as you mentioned, is already leading a bigger initiative with other donors and other stakeholders in their effort to address this challenge of security challenge, environmental damages challenge associated to the oil tanker in the Red Sea. UNDP is also talking with neighboring countries of the region so they can explore the possibilities to provide some start funding in this very important initiative. Thanks, Claude. Over to you, William, for the next round of speakers.
Thank you very much. So we start with Gabriela from Switzerland, followed by Rob from the USA. Gabriela, you have the floor.
Thank you, William, and thanks to Claude and the team for the presentation and the work program. Also appreciate the responses you've already given to the questions of others. We had a similar questions to the UK with regards to the scale of the program, so appreciate that. Allow me just one last oral question related to the project 11054 that others have referred to already, the umbrella program. Appreciate that the methodology builds on the biofin methodology and that you clarified that. Could you further elaborate how this project program that we find is very important and really appreciate that we'll get it out of the door before COP15 builds on the program we approved still during GEF 7, the global project manager, the global biodiversity framework early action support, and whether you also how these two work together, and whether you have knowledge products and or global coordination platforms and so on that you share with biofin so that the countries can mutually benefit. Appreciate that. And we'll, of course, as always, send further detailed questions and comments on various projects after the council meeting in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rob, followed by Alf. Rob, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, William. And thank you, Claude, for that very good presentation. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Happy to see you all again today for the second day of this council meeting. Thank you to the Secretariat, the implementing agencies and countries for this inaugural work program for GEF 8. We appreciate the ambition and scope of these projects. We were really pleased to see the project that's supporting the work under the Minamata Convention in Latin America for this project, we do think it's missing a critical component of addressing interim storage and final disposal of mercury. So we'd ask that you sort of look at that again and think about the storage and disposal needs related to the project of mercury. We also really appreciate, a number of folks have mentioned the SAFER project in Yemen, and we really appreciate the creativity that you brought to bear in that project. Really is an important issue that I think we need to work together to resolve, as others have said. We are reiterating our request here from the past council meetings that the Secretariat send all UNDP projects for a second council review and approval prior to CE or endorsement, while many of the policies in the independent third-party review are operationalized. And as always, the United States requests that the following statements be reflected in the written record of the council meeting. The United States, in light of its policies related to development projects in Zimbabwe, opposes and therefore does not join a council decision that would support GEF project 11048 in Zimbabwe and 11049 in Zimbabwe. We express our appreciation again for the inaugural work program of GEF 8 and will submit further detailed comments on this work program by email in advance of January 6th. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Alf, followed by Andrea. Alf, you have the floor.
Thank you. Here we are. Yes, our constituency would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for the overview provided in the work program document and for the project documents. We have some specific comments regarding the projects. Firstly, regarding the umbrella program to support the development of biodiversity and finance plans. This project is well aligned with the post-2020 global biodiversity framework as of today. It's very important that this project takes stock after COP15, primarily related to other mechanisms and instruments that might come out of the negotiations, and especially the NBSAP accelerator. And we're wondering if the UNDP has discussed this project in light of the accelerator proposal. Also, we're very happy to hear that that this work is based on the methodology of biothin. Secondly, regarding circular and POPs-free plastics in Africa, the importance of improving control over chemicals globally is underlined in the INEA Resolution 5.7 on sound management of chemicals and waste, and Resolution 5.8 on establishing an international science policy panel on chemicals and waste and to prevent pollution, which is negotiated in parallel with the negotiations of a global agreement on plastic pollution. This project is therefore a timely initiative, which is hopefully also to contribute to further awareness raising on these issues. We would also like to mention that Norway is currently supporting several other projects related to plastic pollution, waste, and chemicals. We strongly encourage this project to look for synergies with other initiatives where this is possible. We will send more information on this in writing. Furthermore, regarding the inclusive approach for harnessing marine ecosystem services, the Red Sea project, we welcome this project as Norway has been closely working with the African Union in preparing the African Blue Economy Strategy that is now in the process of being implemented. And it would be useful to know or understand the link between this project and the implementation of the continental strategy for a blue economy. For the last 10 years, Norway has been supporting UNIDO and partners to generate comprehensive knowledge, data, and statistics on the functioning of the marine ecosystem along the coastline in Sudan. We believe the new GEF project could benefit from a close partnership and cooperation with institutions involved in implementation of this project. Finally, regarding the conservation of the Atlantic forest, the sustainable management of coca agroforestry landscapes, we find that it's not clear from the proposal how the project will address the barrier of market access for the cocoa products and how to incorporate the premium for cocoa grown within the Cabruca system, which requires more inputs than full sun cocoa plantations. There's no information on whether indigenous territories will be affected by the project and no specific details on how their potential inclusion will be handled, besides mentioning FPIC. We will be providing further comments in writing. Finally, we would like to support Finland's general comments regarding what the GEF is doing to mitigate risks for projects in conflict areas. And we appreciate the comments made on the specific Red Sea projects, but in a general manner, we are also very interested in this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Alf. Let's move then to Andrea, followed by Sylvia. Andrea, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Thank you, Claude, for this presentation. Sweden welcomes the work program, although quite modest in size, as we heard. We note with appreciation that it will benefit 37 countries, including 9 LDCs and 12 SIDS, and supporting all 5 focal areas. We made a similar reflection as the UK, and I think it was Switzerland, on the modest size of this work program and the Secretariat's explanation in the document, compared with the first work programs of GEF 6 and GEF 7. And we do understand that in order to achieve transformative impact, the GEF 8 has, of course, a more complex structure with these new IPs. And as we will hear from the following agenda item, we still need to identify one lead agency and then also embark on country selection processes for all IPs. So the additional information provided by Claude just now on how the Secretariat will speed up the rollout of GEF 8 so as to maximize efficiency was therefore much welcome, as we find this very important for achieving results in this replenishment period. Lastly, perhaps also on co-financing, we discussed this issue yesterday, and again, compared to the first GEF 7 work program, the distribution of co-financing by different sources, the private sector, the government, the GEF agencies, also seems to have possibly shifted through the years. So we would appreciate an explanation on this. And in this regard, of course, we also welcome the further discussions on co-financing, its modalities and challenges that was discussed yesterday, but also during the June board meeting last year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sylvia, followed by Gisela, and then Claude. So Sylvia, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Germany welcomes the overall quality of the work program. The projects are generally well aligned with national circumstances and focal area objectives, and we further welcome the strong focus of SIDS and LDCs and the African region. Germany appreciates the work program and its special focus on biodiversity and the chemical and waste focal areas. We should, however, not lose sight of pollution, the third big crisis. This requires in-depth implementation of sound chemical and waste management at the national level in coming work programs. Similarly, we believe that it is very important to have a strong forest-related GEF portfolio under coming work programs, given the high relevance of forest-related climate and biodiversity finance under recent and upcoming COPs. Further than that, Germany welcomes the Integrated Resilient Landscape Improvement Project, which aims strengthening community engagement and improve the management of forests, pastures, wetlands, and protected areas in selected locations in Armenia. We are pleased by the balancing act of both mitigation and adaptation to the new reality of the COVID-19 pandemic, while minimizing the potential negative impacts on fragile ecosystems and biodiversity. Germany has some technical concern about the GEF project accelerating Minamata Convention compliance through improved understanding and control of mercury trade in Latin America, GEF ID 11047. Germany is concerned that the PIF does not address aspects related to the social dimensions of a transformation process of accelerating Minamata Convention compliance. Furthermore, the undertaken environmental and social safeguards assessment does not mention the social risks either. Stakeholders employed in mercury exploitation and in artisanal and small-scale gold mining often depend on the use of mercury for their livelihoods and hence are most vulnerable. We expect to see this project for a second review. We will also submit further comments in writing until January 6th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Gisela, followed by Claude. Gisela, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. We commend the Secretariat for the proposed work program, the first under GEF 8, while modest in size, as many already mentioned, it is quite insufficiently ambitious. We are ready to endorse the decision since it reflects mainly the direction given for GEF8 in terms of focal areas and regional distribution, with particular focus on Africa and SIDS. We would like to express some concern regarding the distribution of above 84% of resources to just 2 agencies. We would encourage the Secretariat to enhance a more diversified distribution among GEF agencies in the future work programs. And finally, we welcome the high expected co-financing of this work program, and we look forward to seeing concrete results in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Claude, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thanks again for these additional comments and questions. Some of them, I guess, are detailed to the project level, such as the comments on 11047 from Sylvia and comments from Alf on the blue economy projects, and those I think are best answered by ensuring Council that these comments that I suspect will be submitted in writing do get clocked into the project review cycle process as part of the project design. Agencies need to answer all of these comments, incorporate them, address them in the project design, and it's the role of the Secretariat in our project review of the endorsement stage that all of the comments from Council and from staff are fully addressed and that we can then clear these projects. So we do take note of those, and please submit those comments in writing as you have indicated already. In terms of I guess, focus on the umbrella program and the relationship with the early action grants and with the accelerator concept. All of these are fitting into, I guess, a vision and a set of complementary investments that are aimed to really address the needs of what we expect the outcomes of COP15 to be. As you mentioned, the early action grants were put in place to get countries primed to be ready to review and revise their NBSAPs, as well as putting plans together to be able to implement the outcomes of the Global Biodiversity Framework. The umbrella program here is focusing specifically on the financial aspects of countries and looking at how to identify the financial needs, the gaps, and hopefully be able to unlock new resources, both public and private, to again support the Global Biodiversity Framework outcomes. And finally, the accelerator, which is a concept that has been brought up by our colleagues from Latin America. We have had several meetings with them, and we continue to dialogue with them to make sure that that concept fits into the complementary investments that the GEF is making, and also fits into what some of the donor countries are wanting to do with that. So the dialogue is there. Perhaps Carlos would want to make some comments on this after I'm done here, but we hear these comments. Hopefully these are seen also as complementary, both in terms of the early action grants that we pushed forward in the spring, as well as this umbrella program. And finally, we will obviously take stock after COP15, and depending on the outcomes of the COP, we will be able to make sure that any adjustments that are needed can be done in both the early action grants as well as this umbrella program. On the U.S. question on the Mercury trade project, we recognize the question in terms of the missing storage and disposal components. It's important to note that some of these countries involved in this project already have put in place measures on interim storage and disposal, but we will also ensure through the project that all countries have this included. And part of the project also is going to be focused on training of custom officials, which will include methods on how to detect and safely handle illegal mercury that flow through national and transnational channels. So this is hopefully, part of looking at the upstream aspects of mercury in these countries and dealing with the elimination of the upstream sources, so that downstream disposal and storage becomes less important. So we're trying to address this from both sides, and hopefully that answers the question from Rob. On the co-financing shifts, it's an interesting question. I'm not sure exactly what shifts we're talking about, and again, I would caution the council to make too many inferences on this work program data. Again, we're talking about 1.3% of the resources. We have co-financing targets that meet the replenishment goals, at least for this batch of projects. The co-financing sources we know vary tremendously depending on the type of project, on the focal areas involved. We have much more co-financing coming in usually on chemicals and waste, on climate change projects, usually less on biodiversity projects. And so all of these things are factored in. I think once we have a better sample of programming of the GEF 8 envelope, hopefully in June and December, we will be able to show a better set of co-financing sources. And at that point, we would be happy to make comparisons with previous cycles. So hopefully that answers Andrea from Sweden. In terms of agency distribution, Gisela from Italy, yes, we do recognize that only 4 agencies are present here. Let's remember that we only have 8 projects. And so by no means could we cater to more than 8 agencies. In this case, 4 agencies were responsible for the 8 projects. Again, we recognize the concentration or distribution of agency issues, and hopefully this will be apparent in the way that resources are programmed over the course of GEF 8. And you'll see in the next agenda item on lead agency selection, the picture for what is being proposed in terms of agency distribution for the IPs. And I think you'll be pleased to see a good distribution that is being proposed in that context. With that, I think I've answered most of the questions. I don't know, Carlos, if you want to address the overall question on biodiversity and our different investments.
My pleasure, Claude, and thanks for this. As everybody knows here, during the replenishment, we plan ahead of our COP15 with enough information, particularly coming from the open-end working group. This is the main CBD negotiator group working on the proposed post-2020 framework. With that as a backdrop, we were able to present plenty of ideas on how we should be supporting countries in implementing the potential new framework in GEF 8. The early action support is critical in this context. We mobilize around $40 million in a large number of countries, so we can be able to support them in their revision and updated of their MBSAPs, as well as complementing that with this project, the umbrella project that aims to finance actions that has to do with the with several countries' financial plans. The financial plan is the implementing tool for those NBSAPs, and that is a very important element because this will be aimed to be done with domestic resources. These are the plans that countries came up with in the context of the Biofin initiative, whereby they define their financial gap, and they will be investing in multiple actions, from improved policy development all the way to phasing out perverse incentives and subsidies, so they can do their share at the country level in terms of mobilizing domestic financial resources, phasing out perverse incentives, and being able to accomplish the objectives of the MBSAPs. In this context also, we've been having conversation with Colombia and other countries, which has presented to us this accelerator facility. There's a discussion going on working with multiple countries at the CBD. So the GEF and parties can really focus on ways by which we can accelerate the implementation of the new framework. Multiple technical discussions on how we complement GEF8 with the potential, the new facility associated to a accelerator within the CBD. So things are going pretty good, I will say, and our staffs are working on this. And well, yes, of course, we depend on a ambitious, good outcome out of COP15. Thank you, Claude. Over to you, William.
Thank you very much. So continuing with the list of speakers, we have Corentin followed by Vitor. So Corentin, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. We welcome this very modest but interesting work program that we are happy to approve. We particularly appreciate the UNDP umbrella program to support 26 countries in the development of biodiversity finance plan. We take note that UNEP and UNDP currently represent each 44 and 38% of the financing of this work program. And we understand this work program represents only a very small share of the total GEF8 resources. And we heard very well the comments of the Secretariat on this matter. But we repeat that this issue is really important to us. So we request the Secretariat to endeavor to further reduce the concentration of funding among certain agencies from the beginning of the GEF8 cycle. We feel indeed that the current distribution among agencies is not in line so far with the agreed policy recommendation during the replenishment. Concerning the respect of the gender equality policy, we know that one project explained that the gender aspects cannot be determined during the design stage. I would like to know why it is so. It's important for us that the Secretariat follow up on this matter to ensure that the gender equality policy is fully complied with by all agencies. So we look forward to the forthcoming detailed analysis and action plan on gender mainstreaming for this particular program. That's all for now, and we'll be happy to provide more comments in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Corentin. Vitor, followed by Stephanie. Vitor, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Well, first of all, I'll try to be brief. First, we'd like to commend the Secretary for bringing together this work plan that actually includes priority projects for the countries of our constituency, Brazil, Ecuador, and Colombia. I'd like to stress the inclusion of this important regional project, which was already mentioned, related to the control of mercury trade in Latin America. Those countries, the countries involved, which are not primary mercury producers, will benefit from strengthening capacity and thus control in order to control the illegal trade of mercury and therefore reducing the releases and emissions of mercury in line with the Minamata Convention. Also, highlight project that is to take place in Brazil related to the sustainable management of cocoa in the Bahia state. For all projects, we would like to reiterate the importance of strengthening the role of operational focal points from formulation to execution phases, so as to respond to the important commitments made in the COPs, especially as it will be crucial for the forthcoming agreement on the global biodiversity framework post 2020. And lastly, I wonder if Claude, which has already addressed so many issues such as gender, just raised again by Corentin, agency distribution as raised by Gisela and again Corentin. But I would like to hear from geographic region distribution. If you could elaborate, you showed the slide. So I wonder which criteria, how it was that we got to be show this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vitor. Stephanie, followed by Sano. Stephanie, you have the floor. Stephanie, are you there? So France, if not, we move to Sana while we solve the sound issue. Okay, Sana, please go ahead, and we'll come back to France after you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Good morning. Thank you very much. So first, we welcome this work program. Thanks for this comprehensive work program. Our comments goes on gender equality. So the policy of the gender equality and does not demonstrate clearly the empowerment of women and girls, particularly from economic consideration. Because if we want to make the gender considerations equal, then economic empowerment of women is the key element. So my question is, do you think that you should include economic analysis of when we go for gender equality and to assist in this program to make more visible? And second part is relating to the dialogues and regional workshops and this. So earlier, this is also very much related to the yesterday's country engagement strategy. So my question is, in the regional dialogues, have you made any changes from the earlier one? Because earlier there we had one day dedicated for the CSOs in each ECW, and currently we don't know what is the new plan, and we don't see any update also. So last point is, you know, the GEF 8 is integrated programming, whole of society approach, and bring everybody on board. So my question is there anything new that we never did, but we need to do? So I would like to suggest to think for a GEF day. So the GEF day, it will be globally observed. At the country level, it will be observed, and it will be the entry point for multi-stakeholder dialogues. As for example, the GEF day at the country level, and GEF operational political focal points, operational focal points, and others, they will organize a day where all the projects and programs, all the contributions, achievements of the GEF will be presented, and GEF also can invite other MDBs to share their achievements, because we really need to harmonize the process and the progress and the contributions. Under the GEF day, there can be some sessions on environmental education, gender education, public awareness, youth engagement, many other things. But if we don't come out from our traditional bottleneck approaches, then it will not happen. As for example, we have national dialogues. It is not happening regularly. It is not happening in all countries, but it should happen. So please comment on the GEF Day, where we can consider as the entry point for multi-stakeholder dialogues, entry point for bringing all actors on board at the country level for making the GEF more visible and making the transformation in the whole of society approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sano. So I think it's Pradeep from UNDP, followed by Raul Panama.
You want to go to France?
Oh, sorry. I forgot to go back to France. I saw you appear and then you disappeared again. So France, I think it's Stéphanie, you have the floor.
Merci. Désolé, nous avons des petits problèmes techniques. D'abord, nous remercions le secrétariat et les agences pour ce premier work programme sous GEF 8 et nous approuvons ce work programme. S'agissant d'un premier work programme, il est nécessairement peu fourni et aucune tendance ne peut être dégagée à ce stade. Cependant, d'une part, nous notons positivement qu'il couvre en particulier les sujets biodiversité et produits chimiques et qu'il a une bonne répartition géographique. En revanche, il rassemble des agences déjà traditionnellement très présentes et la répartition devra être davantage diversifiée dans les prochains work programmes. Et nous observons qu'il est particulièrement peu fourni en comparaison au premier work programme de GEF 7. Et nous nous demandions si le secrétariat a des explications sur cette situation. De manière plus spécifique sur un seul projet, et nous le transmettrons également par écrit, nous attirons l'attention sur le projet au Yémen associé à la Safer Salvage Operation dans la mer Rouge, qui est assez délicate, comme l'a déjà signalé plusieurs collègues. Les risques présentés par ce projet nous semblent requérir une véritable expertise dans ce domaine et nous nous demandons si le PNUE ne pourrait pas être associé à ce projet aux côtés du PNUD. Et enfin, comme de précédents collègues l'ont également mentionné, nous recommandons toujours une bonne articulation avec les projets et initiatives existantes. Attention en particulier sur les Biodiversity Finance Plans qui devront être mis à jour après la COP15 et qui peuvent se superposer avec des facilités et autres accélérateurs des NBSAPS qui sont lancés au niveau multilatéral ou bilatéral et donc il y a un besoin de se coordonner aussi avec ces initiatives. Merci encore pour ce work programme.
Merci, Stephanie. So now, yes, let's go on to Pradeep from UNDP, followed by Raul from Panama. Pradeep, you have the floor.
Thanks. Just a couple of comments to complement what Claude and Carlos Manuel has already talked about. The proposal that you currently have in front of you on the biodiversity finance plan certainly is a complement to the ongoing work that UNDP is supporting on biofin. This will essentially bring new countries on board. It's being fully coordinated with the early action support program, which we are working closely with not just UNEP, but also other bilateral partners, including Germany, as well as the CBD Secretariat to ensure we are fully coordinated with the NBSAP Accelerator initiative as well. So I think just to make sure that that coordination aspect certainly is clear. On SAFA, I guess a couple of points. This is in fact a UN-led initiative to deal with the SAFA situation. UNDP is part of it, and these resources will certainly be brought to bear in the context of a larger pool of resources that the UN effort to deal with the SAFA has already resulted in. So that's very much part and parcel of what's envisaged here, and that will involve the involvement of several organizations that are currently already active on the ground. Just to also say that this is a time-sensitive issue given the context of the SAFA. So we recognize very much the comment made on the circulation of the proposal for CEO endorsement. We only ask that it be expedited as quickly as possible, given the urgency of making the resources active. We are working hard to make sure that the CEO endorsement package comes in back to Council as quickly as possible, and also taking into account that the issues that are of concern with respect to the audit have already been implemented fully, and the third-party review has also provided its status update, which we will discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Raúl, final speaker, then we go back to Claude. So Raúl, tiene la palabra.
Bien, muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes, buenos días. En representación de la circunscripción formada por México, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panamá y Venezuela, recibimos con agrado esta propuesta de plan de trabajo. Consideramos que en verdad se destaca el tema del apoyo a Minamata, el programa de biofinanciamiento, en las cuales varios países de la circunscripción están participando. Sabemos que para el GEF 8 es un reto, tal cual como lo dijo la distinguida delegada de Suecia, pero expresamos toda nuestra confianza en que los países y con las agencias podamos desarrollar este plan de trabajo y el más ambicioso que se va a presentar en la siguiente reunión. Reiteramos, nos agrada el plan de trabajo y agradecemos a la Secretaría la presentación y el esfuerzo hecho por brindarnos esta información. Muchas gracias.
Bonjour, madame.
Gracias, Raúl. Jean, si vous voulez la parole, vous l'avez.
C'est la parole.
Oui, mais il y a beaucoup d'écho.
Jeanne du Bénin. Jeanne Atambiopo Akapo. Vous le permettez?
Jean, vous avez deux machines, peut-être le téléphone et l'ordinateur. Si c'est comme ça, s'il vous plaît, il faut atteindre au moins un. Allez-y, essayez une autre fois.
C'est bon maintenant?
Non. Jean, we'll contact you and give you some technical support. Okay, and then you can speak once we solve the sound problem. Otherwise, we can't hear what you're saying correctly. And in the meantime, Claude can answer the questions already posed. So Claude, you have the floor. In the meantime, we'll work with Jean. Thank you.
Thanks, William, and thanks again to council members for these additional comments. There were further comments by Belgium and by France on agency distribution, recognizing that this is a small work program, of course. We have addressed that a little bit. Let me just add that during the replenishment negotiations, we agreed and promised that we would submit a paper at the 65th Council in December of 2023 that will list proposed measures to facilitate increased access and a better distribution, specifically trying to incentivize multilateral development banks and enhance agency collaboration in GEF 8. So hopefully Council can remind us of this, but don't put too much stock in the distribution of resources in this particular work program, As I mentioned, the following presentation on agency selection for IPs will show yet another picture of programming in GEF 8. And this paper that we will present in December hopefully will continue to respond to the GEF 8 negotiations and agreed upon recommendations. On gender overall, as you know, gender is a very important topic. We, in fact, have invested in a dedicated staff position. We have a very competent colleague who is streamlining gender considerations across the Secretariat and with our agencies. Specifically with respect to this work program and the one project that was not able to address gender in the PIF stage. When this happens, and this is not common, but occasionally for a variety of reasons, especially during the pandemic, where engagement of particular stakeholders is a little bit more difficult. When these kinds of things happen, meaning particular aspects of projects are not fully and adequately described at a particular stage, in this case at PIF and council approval, we do make note of this in the review sheet, and it becomes a conditionality of the project review during endorsement. And so we are by no means giving this project or any other project a free pass. We have noted this requirement, and this will be fully developed during CEO endorsement. And in fact, the project review process has this information, and our project managers and the agencies know that this needs to be addressed, and the projects will only be cleared and endorsed once that is done. So that's just a reassurance in this particular project itself, but also to give you a little bit of an idea of how we deal with comments or issues that cannot be addressed at particular project review stages. We do make note of this, and it becomes a conditionality of moving that project through the next stage. On Sano's question of the regional workshops, the regional workshops that I mentioned yesterday and today are part of a suite of events or tools that are mentioned in the country engagement strategy. And they include ECWs and other types of workshops, but these regional workshops are not ECWs. Therefore, we did not include, as Sano mentioned, a dedicated CSO day. The purpose of these regional workshops was specifically to quickly interact with all GEF recipient countries on rolling out the architecture and the GEF 8 strategy with a specific focus on the integrated programs. As I mentioned, the IPs are a very high priority for programming in GEF 8, and we have wanted to reach as many countries as possible. And these regional workshops that are usually 3 or 4 days have been the way that we have been able to put in front of as many countries as possible the information, the strategy elements, and the staff expertise in working groups to be able to socialize all that information so that countries can start to make the best decisions on programming of their star allocation in the coming 6 and 12 months. And Stephanie, again, I think this explains a little bit the modest size of this work program. As I mentioned, I believe in response to Ben's comment, we do think that the countries are actually listening to both the GEF 8 replenishment recommendations as well as the Secretariat's guidance in making sure that consideration of participation in IP in integrated programs is first and foremost, and that then once those decisions are made both by countries and by the selection process, countries can then look at the remaining star and best program those resources into individual projects or other types of programs. So we do anticipate, and we have dialogue with many countries, and we are getting feedback in these regional workshops that there seems to be a very large interest in participating in integrated programs. and hopefully that will materialize, and we will have a set of IPs presented in June and a second set of IPs presented at the December work program. And I believe, and thanks Pradeep for chiming in on the SAFER project and how this is a UN-wide endeavor, which I think responds a little bit to Stephanie's comment on getting UNEP involved. In fact, probably more than UNEP will be involved in the entire rescue project in that sense. And with that, I think I've answered all these questions. I'll be happy to see if there are any others.
Thanks, Claude. I just wanted to compliment with you and with Pradeep with regards to the Enabling Activity Project. This is an umbrella program to support the development of biodiversity plans. As you all know, in GEF 7, the GEF was keen on providing strategic funding to countries to develop their national biodiversity plans. At the same time, the Biofin initiative was working with around 40 countries in developing their financial plan. That financial plan is a combination of doing the biodiversity expenditures review, which is basically understanding how much domestic resources through public expenditure every single country is investing in nature conservation. As you got a better understanding of your biodiversity expenditure review, the Biofin initiative helped countries develop their financial plans. With both the biodiversity expenditure review and the financial needs assessment, you'll have a very good understanding of what it is the financial gap for biodiversity conservation at the country level. So that has been done with Biofin during the GEF 7 period or the Aichi targets period. And now in GEF 8, we established these enabling activities window whereby we will bring much more countries into the same process of Biofin. So this initiative is bringing 26 new countries whereby we will be doing the biodiversity expenditure review. Then we'll work with them, assessing their financial needs for the implementation of their NBSAPs. These investments are critical and crucial in the context of a new CBD post-2020 framework, because at the end of the day, the success depends on how much all countries mobilize financial resources from all sources. And this is a key element, and I'm very, very happy that in our first work program, we already assigning resources to 26 countries. And observation from some council members on the balance of agency distribution. You explained very well, Claude, that we are very early into the process, but at the end of the day, this is a country selection. I mean, countries in their right to develop and design their projects, they choose their agency. We have a very limited responsibility in the definition of the agencies. Nevertheless, we support countries and agencies in multiple ways. Thank you. Over to you, William.
Thank you. It would seem like Jean might have solved the problem. So Jean, you have the floor. Jean, you're muted, and if you unmute, you can take the floor.
Okay. Oui.
Oui, allez-y.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur le Président Directeur du GEF, Messieurs et Madame les conseillers du GEF, du conseil d'administration du GEF. Je suis Jeanne Adambioku Akako, je suis du Bénin, je suis le point focal politique désigné par le ministre. Je représente, suivant les informations que j'ai pu glaner, je représente la circonscription de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Je voudrais, avant toute autre chose, remercier le PDG et tout le conseil pour l'attention que vous aviez portée lors du décès du point focal opérationnel, M. Haïdji Delphin, qui nous a quittés il y a quelques mois. Je voudrais, au nom de toute la circonscription et du Bénin, vous remercier pour toute l'attention que vous aviez partagée, les messages que nous avons reçus et toutes les informations qui nous sont parvenues et ainsi qu'à sa famille. Merci pour tout ce que vous aviez fait. Revenant je voudrais juste intervenir par rapport au programme, juste le programme qui a été le programme de notre circonscription. J'apporte mon appui à ce qui a été présenté et je soutiens ce programme. Je voudrais aussi revenir sur les possibilités de renforcement. Non, d'abord sur la diffusion, mieux faire connaître le GEF au niveau des pays. Je crois que c'est important. Par rapport à mes expériences antérieures, il y a très peu d'informations, sinon très peu de connaissances de cette institution qui, quand même, de par ses interventions, apporte beaucoup dans les mesures alternatives à mettre en œuvre par rapport à la préservation des ressources naturelles, la préservation de l'environnement. Je partage, ce n'est pas un secret, j'ai eu la chance de faire partie de plusieurs projets cofinancés par le GEF, le Fonds global pour l'environnement mondial, avec la Banque mondiale, surtout, actuellement sur le projet Waka-Resip, au niveau des 6 pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Il y a une contribution très importante par pays pour la mise en œuvre des mesures alternatives pour le développement des activités génératrices de revenus. Et je voudrais saluer cet effort qui est fait par le GEF, mais en demandant que cet effort puisse être maintenu au niveau pour régler d'autres questions de sécurité, oui, de protection de l'environnement, mais aussi apporter à la sécurité, aux problèmes d'insécurité que connaît l'Afrique de l'Ouest et le Sahel. Voilà ce que je voudrais partager en terminant par le besoin de renforcement des capacités des points focaux en général. Oui, vous avez mis l'accent sur les points focaux opérationnels, mais aussi les nouveaux points focaux, les nouveaux points focaux politiques qui ont besoin d'avoir le minimum d'informations sur les programmes qui sont en cours, les programmes de façon générale qui sont en cours ou les projets aussi qui sont en cours et qui nécessitent que nous ayons une connaissance et l'orientation nécessaire en termes de orientation du GEF. Voilà, orientation pour la mise en œuvre des projets du GEF. Voilà ce que je voudrais partager en attendant de revenir sur les autres sujets thématiques. Merci.
Thank you very much. Just on the point you made about more capacity building for political focal points also, the CES that was approved yesterday includes 2 introduction seminars a year, and that will be a good opportunity for political focal points as well as many other participants to get well informed on all the basics of the GEF. everything that has to do with GEF is presented there, from the institutional aspects to the operational aspects to the programming aspects, participation of the civil society, agencies, STAP, IO, everything is presented there. So please take advantage of that opportunity. And of course, we are always available to give you any bilateral information that you wish. You have Susan Waithaka, who is our country officer for the region, as well as Ibrahim Assau and his regional team are always available to talk to you whenever you wish. So with that, let me give the floor back to the CEO. There are no more speakers. Thank you.
Any last comment on your side, Claude?
No, just to reinforce the country engagement strategy, as William mentioned, is a strategy that we would encourage countries to use, and come to the Secretariat. We have everything in there. We have some flexibility in terms of workshops, national dialogues. All of these can address what Jean's comments were on trying to get the GEF's visibility better established in the regions and in the countries. Just to reemphasize, the two first regional workshops that we held in September as we were rolling out GEF 8 were in Africa. And so again, a lot of effort, and we had huge participation from most GEF recipient countries in Africa participate. So this is a country engagement strategy that is made for the countries. And so please use it and come to us for any support that you feel is required.
Thanks so much, Claude. And since the list of speakers has been exhausted, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision included in the document GF/C63/04. I see no comments. Decisions approved. Thank you so much, Council. Thank you so much, Claude, for presenting the first work program for GEF 8. With this, I will move over to agenda item number 2 for today, which is agenda item number 7, report on the lead agency selection process for the integrated program. So I got the honor to ask my co-chair to chair this agenda item. Over to you, Ambassador Fituri.
Thank you, Carlos. Well, I also want to join you in extending good day greetings to our esteemed council members and dear colleagues joining us virtually for the second day of our council meeting. And to kickstart our consideration of agenda item 7, I invite Mohammed to introduce the report on lead agency selection process for integrated programs. So over to you, Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Is my audio okay? Great. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start first by expressing sincere appreciation to all of the colleagues who participated in the process, including staff and staff panel members, staff secretariat. This was because we had to meet the council request for a report. We had to make sure that the timeline to complete the process was consistent with the document preparation timeline. So it was a lot of work over the summer. So I just wanted to start off with that appreciation. Next slide. So let me remind Council again about the overall context for the selection process. The lead agency has a very important role to play in the programming, and we recognize the overall context for the different agencies in terms of their markets and their overall global mandate, and so we recognize those limitations. But in any case, the process was open to all 18 agencies. We did not exclude any agency. We also recognized all of the recommendations that were made from the replenishment process about agencies co-leading. So those are things that we took quite seriously during the selection process. So just wanted to flag that. Next slide. The lead agency role and responsibility is fundamental to rolling out the programs. And this slide is just, again, a reflection on the points that were made throughout the replenishment process about the critical roles in the 3 categories as shown on this slide, from the program development and administration, providing technical assistance, as well as program coordination and oversight. And just to reiterate that last point about coordination and oversight, this is fundamental because it allows the governance of the program to maintain the internal coherence that is needed for each program, but at the same time, creating that interface that will link with other initiatives to ensure that we can align the GEF investments with the broader thematic aspects that each of the program is addressing, and as a result, amplify the potential impact of the program. Next slide. So the criteria that we discussed with the council and got approval the last council meeting basically is in these 6 categories: recognize leadership, the capacity to convene stakeholders from all relevant sectors, leveraging the agency's own resources, mobilizing private sector and investments, and also facilitating access to decision makers as necessary in direct support to the countries involved, and of course the global recognition for knowledge innovation. So these were fundamental priorities that we felt needed to be re-emphasized in the selection process. Next slide. So in this presentation, I'll summarize basically how we did the process, given the time frame that we had at our disposal, and also the outcomes of the process. Basically, this slide shows the steps that we took. We issued the call for proposal. We had a consultative meeting for all of the agencies to brief them on the criteria, and again, just remind them about the expectations and be able to answer any questions that they had. And then the process for submission of the proposals, make sure that was clear. And then once we got the proposals, how we assessed them, the criteria that we used, and the process that we used, and the final step of informing the agencies and preparing the report for council. Next slide. So the call for proposal we issued on July 15, and we gave the agencies just over a month to be able to prepare their proposals and submit. And we made it clear the categories that we were emphasizing in terms of the format that they needed to submit, looking at their institutional strengths and comparative advantage relative to the theme of the integrated program, the way they will approach the program in terms of just a generic design. This was not intended to ask them to design the program, but just to get a sense of how they will approach it, given their own strengths and comparative advantage, and then how they mobilize resources and engage other stakeholders. We also reiterated the point about co-leadership, but made it clear that in a co-leadership arrangement that we expected an agency to be designated as the lead, who will then be the face of the coalition or the partnership that will make up the co-leading arrangement, and how they will address that accountability among them to make sure that that was clearly defined as part of the overall proposal. Next slide. So we received a total of 24 proposals for 10 of the IPs. We did not receive a submission for one of the IPs, the Clean and Healthy Oceans IP. And we found out in due course that agencies had actually been working on proposals, but I guess they felt they were just they ran out of time. They couldn't complete them to submit. So so it wasn't for lack of interest. It was just that they couldn't meet the deadline. And unfortunately, we had to stick to the timeline that we had because, as I mentioned, we needed to meet the requirements for preparing the board report, the council report. 12 of the agencies, 12 of the 18 agencies were associated with at least one of the submitted programs. 6 agencies did not have any link to any of the proposals directly. Maybe they did have indirect connections, but those were not reflected in the submissions. And those were BOAD, DBSA, EBRD, FOMBIO, FECO, and UNIDO. 17 of the proposals were for single agency lead, and those came from AFDB, CI, FAO, IUCN, World Bank, WWF, UNDP, and UNEP. Next slide. So this table here just summarizes what I just presented. Just 2 points to highlight in this table. You will notice the Amazon, Congo, and critical forest biomes. We got 7 submissions for single lead and 1 submission for co-lead. We had informed the agencies that because this particular IP was targeting specific biogeographies that were quite distinct, that we will welcome proposals targeted to each of the biomes, and that's basically why you see the breakdown here in relation to this particular IP. But the IP still remains one program, and we intend to maintain that coherence across the IP once we start rolling out the country engagement process. The second point to make is some of the IPs basically had only co-lead submissions. This was the case for the Net Zero Nature Positive Accelerator, where we had 3 proposals for co-lead arrangement. And in the case of plastic pollutions, we had 1 proposals, and again, that was for co-lead arrangement. Again, just to show that the agencies did have quite a bit of consultation on their interest in the submission process. Next slide. So this slide more or less follows on the second one, but now with the list of the different agencies that were submitting the proposal. Again, just to flag the point that I made about the co-lead arrangement, as you'll see from for the Nature Positive and Net Zero IP, we had 3 submissions, all of which were co-lead proposals. And then the one for circular solution, we just had UNEP and WWF expressing a co-lead arrangement. We felt this was really, really very important and very useful in the overall discussion. Next slide. So in this next section, I'll just briefly summarize how we did the assessment, who was involved, and what were the outcomes. Next slide. So once we started the process, we convened committees that included STAP and the GEF Secretariat, as was presented in the document that was approved by Council. And in the STAP, we had panel members and STAP Secretariat participating for each IP. And in the GEF Secretariat, we had the IP leads and technical staff also. We felt that this arrangement was very important because it reflected the understanding that was needed to make an assessment and determine whether the proposals were technically sound for the agency or agencies to be considered for selection. Next slide. So since we had different kinds of proposals, arrangements submitted, we had to make sure that the question that each committee was addressing was quite clear. So where there was only one proposal submitted for an IP, the focus was for the committee to determine whether the quality of the proposal was technically sound to be considered, for the agency to be considered. Where there were 2 or 3 proposals involved, in addition to addressing that same question, the committee also then had to determine which of the proposal was the most technically sound. And in the co-lead arrangements, they also had to determine whether the justification was adequate, whether there was a designated lead agency that was the most appropriate among them, the agencies, and also whether the governance arrangements that had been proposed by the agencies was acceptable. Next slide. This slide is really just to show that we had a template. Not to go into the details, this was from the annex of the document that Council approved at the last meeting. But each committee basically used this template to assess the proposal, and then they used their own approach to discuss the outcomes of the individual assessments. And then the leads from each of the committees came together to discuss the overall package and decide whether there was a need for follow-up, because in some cases there were questions that needed to be addressed before the committee could reach a decision. So those were discussed and before a follow-up was scheduled with the agencies. For the most part, this was an exception because the proposals were largely very good as determined by the committees. So there was no specific requirement for them, for all agencies to be followed up, except where necessary as determined by the committee. Next slide. So this was the outcome, the initial outcome of the process that the committees came out with in terms of determining whether the proposal was technically sound. And as you can see from the table, there were only 3 proposals that the committees felt were not technically sound enough to be considered further. And there was a few cases where the committee needed to follow up with the agencies involved just to seek clarification. But for the most part, those proposals were technically sound and therefore were recommended to be considered for selection of the agencies or agency involved. Next slide. So in the final selection, basically we had to take into consideration all of the recommendations from Council, among which was that we maintain the aspirational targets for MDBs and for IFAD, ensure that we had a balance in representation among the different agencies, and taking into consideration country perspectives, recipient country perspectives on lead agency role. And on this latter point, we conducted a survey where we administered, which we administered to 55 countries that were participating in integrated programs from GEF 6 and from GEF 7, to get a sense from them how they perceive the role of the lead agency and how they consider them as being very critical for advancing the overall approach of the program. Keeping in mind that each of the countries had their own agency that they were working with for their child project, but the focus here was on the lead of the programs that they were participating in. And we got some very interesting feedback. But overall, the assessment was very positive. The graph shown here is rated from 1, not important, to 5, very important. And as you can see, all of the ratings were above 3. And for the most part, closer to 5 in terms of what they considered as being very important. So this assessment was quite useful in helping us to make the final selection of the agencies. Next slide. So just in summary, in terms of this final selection, so for the IPs where we had only 1 proposal, all the committees had to do was to determine whether those proposals were technically sound and acceptable. And for the most part, the conclusion was quite clear. And so those agencies that were recommended based on the fact that the proposals were technically sound were all selected. This was the case for the Amazon Basin with World Bank, Congo Basin with UNEP, and the Indo-Malay region with IUCN in the co-lead arrangement with FAO. The committee for this one did get additional clarification before making that determination. In the case of plastic pollution, it was UNEP in co-lead arrangement with WWF. in the greening transportation infrastructure development, it was just WWF. Having consulted with MDBs and a whole other suite of agencies, proposed this particular approach, which ultimately was deemed acceptable by the committee. And then for wildlife conservation and for development, it was the World Bank, and the hazardous chemicals supply chain was UNEP. So these were the IPs where we had only one proposal submitted. Next slide. For the IPs with two or more proposals where we had to make a decision, we based the decision on this need to achieve balance, as I mentioned already, and also to achieve ensure that we have a broad enough coverage of the MDBs and the IFAD. So for food systems, where we had World Bank also express an interest, we felt that the FAO and IFAD proposal in the co-lead arrangement was more appropriate because of the overall approach that was proposed, connecting IFAD's mandate in terms of working with smallholder farmers with FAO's leadership in this space was a much stronger proposal, and so this was selected. Ecosystem restoration CI proposal was felt to be much stronger by the committee. Sustainable cities, the World Bank proposal was considered the most suitable and much stronger of the two proposals that were submitted. And for the Amazon and Congo, we had two of the biomes that were targeted by multiple proposals, and Mesoamerica, IUCN, was considered the most appropriate. West Africa was CI. Blue and Green Islands, UNDP proposal was considered the most appropriate. And for the net zero, it was the co-arrangement with UNEP, ADB, and CAF that turned out to be the most appropriate. Again, the focus here was not to say that the other proposals were not good. This was done to ensure that we achieved that balance that we needed across the overall portfolio. Next slide. So we don't know yet exactly how the programs are going to be embraced by countries. So if you recall, we did in the replenishment process approve an envelope for global platforms, and the breakdown for the global platform is shown here in this slide, with the agencies now selected or recommended for selection mapped to each of the different IPs. And so we use this data to just get a sense of what the overall balance will be in terms of resource allocation just for the global platform, which the lead agencies will be responsible for. Next slide. So based on this data, this is the picture that emerged. So World Bank will have 27% of those resources for the global platform. CI and UNEP each will have 12%. FAO, IFAD 12%, and UNEP and WWF 10%, and then UNDP 7%, WWF 6%, along with UNEP, ADB, and CAF, and then IUCN 4%, and IUCN FAO arrangement 4%. So again, this is just to give a snapshot of what the breakdown for these particular resources will look like once the programming is done. Next slide. So just to wrap up, we obviously did not expect the lead agency proposals to be a proxy for the design of the program, because the design process itself will take into consideration a lot more of the substance that we had built into the programs in the programming directions document, including systems thinking, the theory of change, transformation levers, stakeholder engagement, private sector engagement, gender considerations, and knowledge management. So these aspects will be the focus of the design phase and reflected in the program framework document, which ultimately will be considered for work program inclusion to be presented to Council. But I just wanted to flag that these were things that we are very mindful for in terms of how the agencies presented their vision, but recognize that this were not a design proposal per se. The lead agencies that we have selected are expected to engage with all other agencies and partners so that there is ownership and buy-in from the outset. And so the selection does not mean an exclusion of other agencies, but rather a framework to engage all other agencies. And then finally, the lead agencies are also expected to engage across the IPs so that we can look for opportunities for interoperability of the global platforms where appropriate to maximize the overall GEF impact for the programs. With that, Chair, final slide, I'll hand it back to you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mohammed, for walking Council through the report, and also for giving Council members a peek in terms of the process that were adopted by, in terms of the selection process. Now, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments from Council members. The floor is yours.
Any comments from the floor? I see nobody requesting the floor so far.
Thank
yes,
you.
Ben, thank you for breaking the ice, followed by Abby.
Yeah, thanks, William. And as you said, just breaking the ice as no one else has come in. But so yes, many thanks to Mohammed for that presentation. That was really helpful. I think the first thing to say is that it's really good to see this very transparent process of selection of the lead agencies, and also the presentation to the council in a very timely manner. I think Mohammed's presentation just now adds to that transparency, so thank you for that. Also, just to say that this is a significant improvement on the GEF 7 process. So congratulations to all involved, and also in terms of doing this in a very timely, quick manner, as Mohammed emphasized. We welcome a significant number of applications, despite the increased number of the IPs. In my comments, I certainly don't want to second guess the detailed process and outcomes that you've presented here, but just a couple of questions to help understand the process. So I noticed in paragraph 19 of the paper, you talked about as well the importance of balance of agents is in the lead role. We totally agree with that. In relation to that and it's particularly the last item we talked about under the work program. I think it's good to see a good breadth of agencies as lead agencies, which certainly is a good improvement on the previous replenishments. However, we noticed that I think UNEP is the lead or co-lead in about 4 of the IPs in comparison to UNDP, which has got 1, IDP none, and that was despite there being a joint project from IDP and UNDP. So maybe some further clarification. You said that the UNEP proposal was stronger, but useful maybe a little bit more on that one particularly. It was also useful to get clarification. The selection committee took account of the capacity of the agencies, and it'd be useful to understand a little bit more about that in terms of managing the IPs, particularly where they haven't done that in the past, because we noticed that some agencies have got 2 IPs each, maybe new to this process. So useful to understand to what extent you've been really looking carefully at the capacity of agencies to manage the IPs. Also useful if you can just clarify the process you'll do to make sure we'll quickly get a lead for the clean and healthy oceans IP. Finally, as highlighted in the previous work program item, this is a very important decision to enable the GEF 8 implementation to quickly move forward and spend the significant amount of resources pledged. It was really great to hear about the regional workshops and strong interest of countries to take that forward. But just finally to say, happy to approve the agency selection as presented. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Ben. Abby, followed by Corentin. Abby, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, William. And since this is the first time of taking the floor today, I'll just bid everyone good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'd like to thank Mohammed for a very thorough presentation. And also our general thanks to the Secretariat and to the staff for putting together a robust, transparent, and a very thorough process to review the lead agency proposals and select the leads for these programs. As the UK noted, this process, I think, has been responsive to Council recommendations and concerns voiced during the replenishment. And I think that we're, very pleased to see recommendations taken forward, both in terms of agency diversification, but also in terms of making the process more transparent. And I think that we feel that you've done a really good job balancing the need to diversify agencies with the need to ensure that they have the required criteria and can execute the global program. And we like the way that you have sort of allowed them to enter into consortiums with each other to draw on global strengths. I think a couple of points on specific programs, just as we engage with you a little bit bilaterally, you know that we had a few questions about the selection of the World Wildlife Fund as the coordinating agency for the Greening Transportation Infrastructure Integrated Program. We thank you for your explanation of that. It seems like it was a sound choice to have the World Wildlife Fund lead, but I think it would have been helpful to expand in the explanation for council members on the grid consortium concept, because I think for us, what is really critical about this IP is to make sure that the GEF agencies who have a strong role in funding transportation projects are very much engaged in this integrated program, so that GEF resources can really be used to directly influence transportation investments. And I think that comes through if we learn a little more about the consortium part of the program, but did not come through in the paper. And then lastly, I just want to note that we understand that there were no submissions yet for the Clean and Healthy Ocean Integrated Program, but we look forward to an update on the selection process for that when you have information to report. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abby. So Corentin, followed by Gabriela. You have the floor, Corentin.
Thank you, William. We welcome the transparency of the selection process of the lead agencies, as well as the staff involvement as agreed during the replenishment negotiations. Overall, we are more or less satisfied with the diversity presented, so we would be happy to approve this report. But let me now share some particular remark about this selection process. Concerning the IP on the critical forest biomes, we wonder how these 5 regional components of the same IP will be coordinated, and if it is useful to have an overall coordination. So we wonder if the Secretariat should not consider to appoint like a super lead in charge of the overall coherence and supervision of the 5 regional components of the same IP. And still on this IP, another question, do we already know which countries will be eligible to participate in the 5 regional components of this IP? So yes, which are they? Also, we note that no one of the 4 regional development banks were selected to lead or co-lead the regional components of this IP. Indeed, only one applied as co-lead, but was not selected. We found this a bit surprising because we presume that their regional expertise could have been useful to at least co-lead this regional IP. Apart from that, concerning the selection of the diversity of the selection, like Ben noted, UNEP is selected to lead 4 IPs, which is nearly the half of all IP. So in order to have more diversity in this selection, we wonder if it would not make sense to suggest UNEP and WWF to consider switching role for the IP on circular solution to plastic pollution. And to conclude, would like to know the reason of the very low response rate to the survey sent to the OFP about their experience with the lead agencies during the GEF 6 and GEF 7. That's all for the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next is Gabriela, followed by Richard. Gabriela, you have the floor.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Actually, I'm taking the floor this time for Switzerland. As I'm new to the Council, it's my first participation. I would like to shortly introduce myself. So I'm Janine Kuriger. I'm working within SDC, the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Switzerland, and I'm heading the section on climate, DRR and environment, and I'm very pleased to participate today in the discussion of this council. So with regards to this agenda item, we would like first to thank the very comprehensive presentation of Mohammed. We are very pleased with the report that has been submitted. We consider that the way the selection process of the lead agency was conducted is a huge improvement compared to the ones during GEF 7 and GEF 8. However, we regret that the report does not contain more information about the content of the proposal. So we would have wished actually to learn a little bit more what has been suggested by the different agency, but we also understand that this will follow now in the next step. We think that for the moment being, the report remains therefore quite high-flying and speaks primarily to the procedural aspects of the selection process. So we would like to learn a little bit more on how you have assessed the efficiency in implementing projects of the individual potential lead agency, how you have this taken into account in the selection process, and if you could also give us some insights with regard to the selected agencies for the various IPs. Then we have some additional questions. Would it be possible to make available more substantial information about the proposals of the selected lead agencies to the Council? And secondly, has the Secretariat made any projections regarding the potential agency concentration at the IP and FP levels on the basis of the presented selection of the lead agency? And if so, could they be shared also with the Council? That would be the two questions. And then nevertheless, we would have liked to get a little bit more information on the substantive side of the proposals. We can endorse the recommendation of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Richard, you have the floor, and then to Mohammed. So Richard, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to Mohammed for your excellent presentation. And we appreciate the transparency and integrity of the process that was articulated both in the report and the presentation. We'd also like to thank the operational focal points for their participation in the survey and the GEF Secretariat, as well as staff support in selecting the lead agencies. Overall, we think there's a good balance across the range of implementing agencies who have been selected, and on this basis, we would support the report and the recommendation. Others have noted there's no lead agency for the Clean and Healthy Oceans integrated program. And like others, we'd be welcome an update on how that will progress. But given there's a delay in that selection, would appreciate information on how that may impact on programming as a result of the delay. So will the integrated program fall behind the others, and what's the likely impact, and what will be done to mitigate any potential impact of such delays? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mohammed, you have the floor.
Thank you very much to all the council members who have raised questions in this round. Let me just quickly run through, and if I leave anything out, Claude will probably step in to add. So there's several questions on the clean and healthy ocean. Let me start with that one. So We don't think that there will be any consequence in terms of the overall rollout of the programs, because even for the programs for which we have successfully selected agencies, we don't necessarily envisage all of them being programmed at once, for several reasons, including the fact that probably resource availability in the trust fund will limit how many we can program, how many we can consider for work program inclusion. So we intend to start the process in the new year, issuing out the call again as we've done, and ask agencies to submit their proposals. So we do hope by the next council meeting we will have a lead agency selected for the particular program. There was a question regarding capacity for management of the IPs, particularly for some agencies that may not have done IPs before. Certainly, the lead agency role is going to be new to some of these IPs, to some of these agencies, but in terms of the quality of the proposal that we use to evaluate the selection process, we are confident that the agencies demonstrated their capability. And of course, one of the good things about the integrated programs is that we do work very closely with the lead agencies, including engagement with staff, because the program framework document, which essentially anchors the program, does require a lot of work upfront. So hopefully that will be the opportunity for us to address those capacity issues, which we have done in the past and has also worked for the current programs. UNEP leading 4 IPs. As I mentioned, there were programs where UNEP was the only agency that expressed interest. So it wasn't for lack of opportunity from other agencies, but for the ones that UNEP did express interest, the quality of their proposal was considered quite appropriate for the programs, and therefore they were recommended for selection. So we are confident that on the basis of the assessment, that UNEP made a strong case for those IPs for which they have been selected as the lead agency. But as I reiterated, for all of these programs, we do not envisage any of the agencies taking sole responsibility for delivering the programs. We do expect engagement with other agencies, including those that may not have participated in the proposal process, but have an express interest to engage. And so we are very confident that those arrangements will emerge once we start the design process for the programs. There was a question regarding the grid proposal, which is the greening transportation infrastructure. The proposed consortium actually combines 2 global conservation institutions with long track records in thought leadership and on-the-ground process, on-the-ground success in greening infrastructure development, and then 4 regional banks with decades of practical experience in planning, designing, and financing traditional transportation infrastructure projects. So we think that the fact that WWF was the one that submitted the proposal certainly did not preclude these opportunities. EBRD is part of the consortium. Consultations did take place, and regional development banks and also express strong interest in participating. We also think that the IP is focused on establishing enabling conditions to build in sustainability from the inception of transportation infrastructure portfolios at national level. So when countries do decide on the agencies that they want to work with, we see a lot of opportunities there to bring in more of these other agencies that are investing in the actual infrastructure development. So those would be again ways in which we can maximize the engagement by RDBs and NMDBs. The question from Belgium regarding the biomes, the biome IP. So the geographical structure that is inherent in the program was not meant to segregate the program, but at the same time we are also trying to minimize complexity, and so the fact that we will have 5 different program framework documents to be presented to council does not mean that those programs will be agencies will be working in isolation. We do intend to see some coordination. As I mentioned already, the platforms that will be created will be interoperable. And the GEF Secretariat has always played a supporting role to the lead agency to facilitate those interactions as part of the overall global engagement in this space, and it's something that we intend to continue. We haven't considered the specific need to have a super lead among the agencies because of the complexity that will introduce, but it's something that we are mindful of to ensure the interoperability of the platforms. The proposal for UNEP and WWFs to switch roles, the agencies are actually co-leading. I think that that arrangement is already in place. It's just a question of which agency is accountable for the overall coordination of the program. So hopefully there will be room for more discussions on that during the design process. Response from recipient countries, we're not quite sure because we did have a month-long and we did send several follow-up emails. But again, the response that we got, we found quite useful, and I'm sure even if the number had increased, it probably will have kept those responses quite consistent, but we also will have wished for more responses, but that's basically what happened. The Switzerland's request for more details on the proposals, we decided to summarize in an annex what we felt were the important details, but we're not quite sure. Obviously, when preparing documents of this nature, it's a little bit tricky to determine how much detail is really appropriate, but your point is well noted. We do hope that the summary that we've provided was succinct enough to be able to capture what was the most important proposal from each of the agencies for the IPs. The agency concentration issue, as we mentioned, we don't see really that being an issue in this case, because the only information that we find as a proxy was what I presented in terms of the global platform, which is the only piece of the programming that the lead agency has control over. The rest of the programming is going to be country driven. It's really going to be the countries deciding which agencies they want to work with, and we will report on those profiles once the IPs are fully developed. Claude, did I leave anything out? I think.
Let me just add then. Thanks, Mohammed, for that very comprehensive set of answers. On the forest IP, I just wanted to mention a few additional things. We learned a lot from the GEF 6 and GEF 7 investments in the Amazon, and in GEF 7 expanding that to the Congo. In GEF 6 and the Amazon Sustainable Landscapes Program, we had only a few countries. I believe it was 3 countries of the 9 that share the Amazon biome that participated in that program in GEF 6. In GEF 7, we were able to, I guess, by interest of the countries, to basically get every country, every recipient country of the GEF in the Amazon biome basin to participate in the Amazon Sustainable Landscape in GEF 7. There was a lot of learning that was gained from that. And in fact, as we started to design the Congo Sustainable Landscape Program in GEF 7, we internally, we shared a lot of information between our program leads in the Amazon and in the Congo. And we also brought a lot of that learning to the discussions in the Congo on how to basically collaborate at a regional scale for the good of a particular biome, which we had learned a lot on how to incentivize that interest from countries in the Amazon experience. And so this is what we're in part proposing, is for the Secretariat actually to play this this global lead coordination. We can build some of this in the different PFDs in terms of exchanges and participation in particular meetings. But we also are well positioned and perhaps better positioned to do this, given that we also have a dialogue with the Collaborative Partnership in Forests and the UNFF, which we also support in a variety of ways, being the single biggest donor and funder to tropical forests worldwide. And finally, we are also better positioned than any other agency to foster and incentivize collaboration among the agencies across these 5 different biomes. So I think we are in a good place to make sure that we extract the added value of having a program that has 5 different biomes without adding another layer of structure to the actual biome itself by having yet a super agency that would coordinate all this. I think the GEF Secretariat is best positioned. It's more cost efficient, and it's a role that we can play very well, I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Claude. Let me add also on my side a little bit, now that you're talking about these forest biome IPs. Just so that you inform Council, Claude, that we are doing some pilots in 5 countries with GCF in our LTB. But also, I want to share with Council the fact that with the Green Climate Fund at the regional level, we're looking at these large forest biomes as regions where the GEF and the Green Climate Fund will come together. The Congo Basin, Amazon, and the Mesoamerican biomes are regions that we're already engaged with the GCF in the future collaboration based on our long-term vision for complementarities. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So let's continue then with the list of speakers, starting with Emily and followed by Antonella. Emily, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. And also many thanks to Mohammed for this very thorough presentation on the selection process. This is very useful and it's much appreciated. Our constituency would also like to thank the Secretariat for the report, and we can endorse and support the selected agencies for the various IPs. As mentioned by others, we very much appreciate the efforts made by the Secretariat and by staff to ensure a transparent process, and where both agency diversity has been well considered in the selection process. We also look forward to being updated on the selection of the lead IP for the Clean and Healthy Ocean IP. And we just have one comment regarding the Congo Basin, where we would strongly encourage UNEP to work closely with other organizations involved in the Central African Forest Initiative. And finally, just to note that we really hope that SITs and LDCs will be more, will have greater participation, and that this will be reflected in the selection process of the child IPs or the child projects for the IPs in the coming work program. So thank you, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Antonella, followed by Laura. Antonella, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, William, por la palabra. Me gustaría, bueno, agradecer principalmente a Mohamed por su completa presentación del informe, a la Secretaría y al staff por el proceso desarrollado para la selección de las agencias, el cual respaldamos. Hacer unos breves comentarios. En primer lugar, me gustaría consultar a la Secretaría cómo será la dinámica de coejecución dentro de los Child Projects que serán financiados bajo los programas integrados. En segundo lugar, y en línea con el pedido de información solicitado por Janine, el cual también apoyamos, y también celebro que la Secretaría vaya a presentar un documento, un anexo al actual documento, porque eso iba a ser una cuestión que nosotros también queríamos solicitar. Me gustaría que en ese anexo se incluya la información mencionada en el párrafo 9 del documento respecto a las propuestas presentadas por las agencias que buscaban servir como co-líderes. Nos importa principalmente conocer los acuerdos de co-liderazgo, funciones y responsabilidades de cada agencia y cómo se garantizará la rendición de cuentas y coherencias dentro de cada programa. Esa información sabemos desde ya que ustedes la tienen disponible, por lo cual agradecemos que sea presentada en este anexo que planean publicar, principalmente porque la circunscripción Cono Sur considera que sería una información sumamente útil, principalmente para los puntos focales operativos. Y por último, me gustaría solicitarle a la Secretaría que circule a la brevedad un cronograma detallado sobre los próximos pasos a seguir, es decir, las fechas en las que los países deben presentar las cartas de interés, cuándo serán los países elegidos para cada programa integrado, cuándo deben las agencias presentar los PDF, entre otros aspectos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Antonella. Laura, followed by Silvia. Laura, you have the floor.
¿Qué tal? Buen día. Disculpen, pongo mi cámara. Buen día, William, gracias por la palabra. Quiero comenzar por agradecer al secretariado por la presentación de este reporte. En nombre de la circunscripción quiero mencionar que este proceso y la información brindada contribuyen definitivamente a la gestión transparente y adecuada en el GEF. Ese es como mi primer punto. Como segundo punto, quiero reconocer que si bien, como ustedes han señalado, la selección de agencias líderes es solo un primer paso para la efectiva implementación de programas integrados, ahora el foco está en desarrollar el documento marco para que todos los criterios sean consistentes. En este sentido, esperamos por la información que viene. Como tercer punto, no quiero dejar de mencionar que debido a los tiempos tan cortos entre cada fase, los talleres regionales fueron clave para los países, entonces queremos agradecer sinceramente el esfuerzo desde el secretariado en este sentido. Y como punto final, queremos solicitar que a la brevedad pudieran hacer de conocimiento de los países la distribución de responsabilidades y costos administrativos entre las agencias colíderes, así como el calendario y los documentos que tendrán que ser presentados en las propuestas de programas integrados. Agradeciendo una vez más, sí reiterar que sería importante tenerlos a la brevedad. Muchas gracias. Buen día.
Gracias, Laura. Silvia, followed by Marta. Silvia, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. I can be short since many of my points have already been covered by others. Germany congratulates the GEF Secretariat for having almost concluded the first lead agency selection process in such a transparent manner. We're particularly pleased to see a mostly balanced distribution among lead agencies. However, the rather high share for the World Bank with 3 IPs equaling 27% shows that the concentration risk remains. Therefore, we would like to underline the importance of a balanced distribution process with regards to the agency selection process of the child project. Furthermore, we look forward to the selection of the remaining lead agencies in a timely manner in order to not negatively impact the GEF 8 programming and GB achievement. Regarding the upcoming country selection process, we would look forward to a wide range of interested recipient countries, and we would like to encourage the GEF Secretariat to reach out to SIDS and LDCs. Engagement in IPs should be prominently covered under the country engagement strategy, for example, through national dialogues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marta, followed by Hongxia. Marta, you have the floor.
Thank you. So first of all, I will intervene in Spanish. So quisiera agradecer la presentación muy clara y transparente. Y en primer lugar, España quiere enfatizar el valor y las oportunidades que presentan los programas integrados, aprovechando las sinergias entre diferentes áreas focales y desarrollando soluciones integrales. España agradece la transparencia en el proceso de valoración y selección de las agencias para cada programa integrado. Queremos agradecer también el esfuerzo de la Secretaría y de las agencias del GEF que han llegado a acuerdos de coliderazgo, porque creemos que el intercambio de conocimiento y la colaboración es el camino para abordar los desafíos ambientales, más allá de las dificultades organizativas o logísticas que puedan suponer. Uno de los programas en el que depositamos grandes expectativas durante el proceso de reposición fue el de Net Zero Nature Positive Accelerator. Aunque finalmente se redujo su dotación presupuestaria, creemos que es un programa innovador del que esperamos grandes resultados y que esperamos puedan ser replicados. Agradecemos a la UNED y a los dos bancos regionales y que esperemos que sean capaces de aprovechar sus capacidades individuales para coliderar y fortalecer este programa. También respecto al programa Clean and Healthy Ocean, como otros, agradecemos cualquier información, pues un poco por la cuestión de no haber concretado esta situación. Y finalmente también apoyamos la solicitud de información realizada por nuestras anteriores compañeras en la medida de lo que sea posible, puesto que facilita este conocimiento más en profundidad de estos coliderazgos. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Marta. Hongxia, you have the floor. And then back to Mohammed.
Thank you. We appreciate the report and the comprehensive presentation by Mohammed, and welcome, like other council members, we very much welcome the transparent selection process based on robust criteria. So in that regard, we are in a position to approve the agencies selected to lead the IPs. Having said that, I have two comments or questions. First, we do notice that 1/3 of the total 18 GEF IEs did not, means 6, right, did not submit any proposal for the IPs. And there is more than half of the IPs is led by one agency. So as indicated, we understand as indicated in the paper, the major reason for some IEs not to submit proposals, mainly due to their constraints in geographic coverage or mandates instead of lack of interest. So we would like to ask the Secretariat to further elaborate on this, and we're wondering whether there are any innovative ways to facilitate the participation of these IEs in the relevant IPs or the future IPs as partners. Second, given the selection of the lead agencies is only the start, the more important work is needed to design comprehensive proposals and select participating recipient countries. So we expect the lead agencies to put forward concrete proposals through a country-driven process as soon as possible. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Mohammed, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, William, and I thank the council members who expressed their support and asked questions in this sort of round. Just some quick responses. Yes, on the Clean and Healthy Ocean IP selection process, we will definitely be pursuing that, and we will report to council again as requested. Once that process is completed, we don't expect any issues or any delays. And certainly in terms of engaging other agencies, this is something that we take quite seriously in the GEF Secretariat. We have already been receiving very strong interest from other agencies that did not submit proposals, and we are aware that they are reaching out to already position themselves to participate in the global platform. Remember that the countries ultimately choose the agencies they want to work with, so we do expect to see a lot of the agencies that have not been selected as lead or did not express interest. It's not because of lack of interest, as mentioned by China. Indeed, there is considerable interest, and we do see scope for entry point, which we will facilitate as we have always done in the past. In terms of the next steps for programming, as we already mentioned, that once the council has endorsed the selection process, the next step is to move immediately with the process for country expression of interest, which we hope to launch as soon as the regional consultation workshops are completed in mid-January. The final workshops will be held, and right after that, we will issue the calls for countries to express their interest in the proposals, in the programs, and then we'll start the process of engaging the countries in a very comprehensive manner. And once we start that process, then the process for PFD preparation will also be initiated by the lead agencies. And this is where, again, we will see more engagement with by staff as well as other agencies to ensure that the ownership and buying in the overall program is already initiated sooner rather than later. So our timeline again for PFD will be determined by the extent to which countries subscribe to the programs. And our hope is to have the first batch of PFD submitted to the council as part of the work program scheduled for the next council meeting. So it's going to be a busy and hectic period for us, but we are up to the task, and we look forward to engaging with all of the agencies and the countries in making sure that this happens in reality. I think those are the main points.
Yeah, let me just add one detail here. On the detailed timeline, there were two basic decisions that we needed to have, or that we need to have, to be able to establish this. One is obviously a decision on this paper, and secondly, we also need to have a final decision on the council dates. When we put together detailed timelines for project submissions for the work programs, we start from the council date and go backwards. And since we don't have a fixed date right now, we will hopefully by the end of this council meeting for the June council meeting. Once we have those dates, we can then work backwards, and that will allow us to publish a timeline for countries and agencies to work with in the development of the PFDs and the submission of the EOIs, and in this final submission and review of the projects and programs for the June work program. Thank you.
Back to you, William.
Okay, thank you very much. Then Andrea, followed by Saika. Andrea, you have the floor.
Thank you. Sweden welcomes the document shared prior to this meeting and Mohammed's very comprehensive presentation of the lead agency selection process. Most of our questions have already been answered by the Secretariat, so thank you for this. We appreciate the transparency on how the IPs were selected and the inclusion of staff in the selection committee. We were also happy to read that the Secretariat conducted country consultations as previously requested by the Council, although we would have, of course, hoped for slightly higher response rate. So thank you, Mohammed, for elaborating also on the reasons behind this. We appreciate that the proposals were assessed on both strengths and areas of improvement. On the latter, we noted that some areas of improvement perhaps are more urgent to address than others. For example, the need for the development of overall governance framework. And we had a question on this, but if I understood you correctly earlier, these recommendations will be followed up by the Secretariat with these specific organizations, along with various capacity building initiatives. Lastly, like others, we noted the fact that the Clean and Healthy Ocean IP did not receive any proposals. So thank you to the Secretariat for your clarifications on this, and we look forward to following this further in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Saika, followed by Angela from the World Bank. Saika, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And from Japan's side, we have 3 brief comments. And firstly, we appreciate the disclosure of the selection process for this integrated program. And secondly, as Germany mentioned, diversification throughout the agency is needed, we believe. And lastly, we also believe that the engagement of international organizations which have a partnership agreement with each convention is important. For example, ITTO could be the one for the Amazon Congo Biomass Integrated Project, as the organization is the only one agency specializing in the rainforest, and also has the MOU with CBG and IUCN. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Saika. Angela, you have the floor, followed by Victoria from UNEP.
Thank you very much. From the World Bank side, we wanted to express that we appreciated how transparent and informative the lead agency selection process was. There were clear instructions that were provided to the agencies. The GEFSEC organized several in-depth integrated program sessions that provided clear overviews of the IP objectives, the proposed actions, as well as the agency selection criteria. And we also very much appreciated that GEF technical and operational staff made themselves available to answer questions throughout the entire process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela. Victoria from UNEP, followed by Renee from WWF.
Thank you, William, and greetings from Nairobi across time zones, colleagues. First, as our first intervention at the Council, UNEP would like to take the opportunity to commend the CEO for recognizing and elevating the profile of the agencies at these meetings, in particular for those virtual ones that allow us to engage with Council members directly. We are very grateful for the opportunity, and beyond the usual business, we believe that this engagement provides a great opportunity to discuss and share learning, and hopefully that can be arranged in the future. UNEP is very grateful for the trust placed by the GEF partnership to lead and co-lead with other partners IPs where we have a strong comparative advantage, and also given our particular convening role. UNEP would like to reassure the Council members that we are fully committed to ensure a wide agency engagement in the development of the IPs. And as Mohammed has explained, our capacity has been assessed with the support of staff, and we feel confident that we can deliver our commitments in the spirit of collaboration of the GEF partnership. In the case of the circular solutions to plastic, colleagues from WWF, I see, have also asked for the floor, and I believe will confirm their preference for UNEP to lead within a solid co-leadership approach. We also note the comment from Spain and are convinced that the co-leadership arrangement will enhance the development of a solid approach to address this critical agenda. We are similarly grateful in the context of this initial work program, which has been an intense period to assimilate and quickly put together an initial set of proposals that are grateful to see approved. And again, would like to thank the beneficiary countries for the trust, the GEF Secretariat for their leadership and guidance, and Council members for their approval. Furthermore, I would like to emphasize that UNEP is fully on board and supportive of the integrated programming approach and the push towards policy coherence that the CEO is spearheading and that is central to the IPs and GEF 8 programming. We look forward to working with the partnership towards preparing and implementing a solid portfolio to deliver the transformational changes needed to address the complex nexus between development and nature, climate and pollution issues in line with the GEF 8 ambition. UNEP is also pleased to see the strengthening of support to recipient countries in the context of the country's engagement strategy and the ambition to strengthen the role of the IPs with a more inclusive approach for civil society, youth, gender groups in decision-making and other critical government agencies to complement efforts of ministries of environment. Thank you for the opportunity to go through it.
Thank you, Victoria. Renee, followed by Baba from Senegal.
Thanks, William.
WWF appreciated the transparent and well-documented process with this call for proposals. The entry points and the requirements were clear, and the transparency facilitated open discussions and collaborations across the GEF agencies. WWF and UNEP built the proposal for the plastics IP based on our respective expertise and added value, and we agree with the UNEP lead and WWF co-lead for this IP. WWF was also pleased to submit a proposal as lead agency for the GRID IP with the consortium of the regional MDBs, ADB, AFDB, EBRD and IDB, and UNEP. This consortium associates the conservation and environment expertise of WWF and UNEP with the finance investment expertise of the regional MDBs. And the consortium is working together to reach out to countries to join the IP. In terms of next steps, WWF is looking forward to a similarly well-articulated process for the development of the program framework documents and the child projects, understanding the needs for efficiency and balancing the PFDs and child projects across the work programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Baba from Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, William. Je prends la parole au nom de la circonscription du Sahel, d'abord pour remercier le secrétariat du FEM pour tout le travail qui a été abattu pour avancer sur ce dossier très, très important des programmes à impact et surtout féliciter Mohamed pour la qualité de sa présentation. Je dois dire qu'une bonne partie de mes préoccupations ont été prises en charge, mais je voudrais tout de même signaler une question qui nous tient à cœur parce que ce programme à impact va impliquer plusieurs agences qui vont devoir travailler ensemble pour délivrer. Or, dans le passé, nous avons quand même vécu certaines expériences avec des agences qui ont eu à travailler ensemble, chacune avec ses procédures, ce qui avait créé beaucoup de difficultés dans la mise en œuvre des activités du projet à cause de cette diversité de procédures. Donc, je voudrais avoir l'assurance du secrétariat sur la prise en charge de cette question pour permettre quand même à nos pays de pouvoir bénéficier autant que faire se peut de ces initiatives, de ces programmes à impact sans pour autant être retardés dans l'exécution par des questions de procédure qui pourraient entraver un peu ce processus. J'en profite pour dire un grand merci au GEF parce que déjà une réunion régionale a été organisée dans notre circonscription pour partager déjà les informations avec les différents pays, ce qui a créé une appropriation de ces programmes. Et je pense que au cours de 2023, nous aurons l'opportunité de travailler ensemble pour que les pays africains et plus particulièrement de notre circonscription puissent soumettre des programmes. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor to Vitor next, followed by René from Netherlands.
Thank you, William. I had mentioned in the chat, but I just like to stress we support the proposal by the Southern Cone constituency for the sake of transparency and clearance. So as to present the document as a annex or any other form as an annex. The documents submitted by the agencies. And also, we would like to come back to an issue that was addressed at the first presentation, which is the lack of any agency to the very important theme of clean and healthy oceans, which was also addressed by France, if I'm not mistaken, on the chat. So we were told that some agencies were about to submit, but they missed the timeline. So is there any feedback from the Secretariat how this can be addressed in the future? We value very much this oceans theme. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So René from the Netherlands, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much. And also the Netherlands and Finland, we can also adopt the selection is done by the Secretariat. However, we would like to know, though, how in the Amazon, Congo, and critical forest biomass project, the coherence and coordination between the various continental leads and their activities will be ensured. And we would also like the Secretariat to express how it expects to restart and be ready with the selection of a lead for the clean and healthy ocean project. Just these 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, René. Antonella, followed by Jeff from FAO. Antonella, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, William. Pido disculpas por solicitar nuevamente la palabra. Bueno, desde ya muchísimas gracias tanto a Mohamed y a Claude por las aclaraciones respecto del timeline. Tiene mucho sentido lo que acaban de mencionar, así que bueno, estaremos esperando su publicación a la brevedad. Sin embargo, yo quería consultar a la Secretaría porque no me quedó claro si acogieron el pedido formulado por esta circunscripción respecto a que queremos que en un documento o en un anexo a este documento se publique la información dispuesta en el párrafo 9 del documento. Aclaro que estamos solicitando en pos de la transparencia que ha sido destacada por varios miembros del Consejo, los arreglos de implementación de coliderazgo de las agencias que fueron seleccionadas. Me gustaría saber en concreto si la Secretaría va a publicar esa información y si no la va a publicar me gustaría que me digan por qué. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Antonella. Jeff from FAO, you have the floor. Jeffrey, you want to take the floor?
I will tell her that
thank you, William.
There you are. Good.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, William. FAO welcomes this result of the IP selection process and commends our colleagues at the GEF Secretariat for leading and managing this process so well, despite the extraordinary circumstances of these past few months. FAO applied a spirit of collaboration to our work to prepare the expressions of interest which we submitted, as can be seen from our co-lead proposals for food systems, Indo-Malaya, and also ecosystem restoration integrated programs. We will continue to focus on how best we can all collaborate as agencies across the partnership to make these integrated programs the success that they need to be going forward. And finally, should it be needed, FAO stands ready to support the critical forest biomes IP at the global policy level going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let me see, I think that concludes the list of speakers. So back to Mohamed. You have the floor.
Thank you, William, and thanks to all the council members for this round. Just a few quick responses on the issue of country ownership and buying from Senegal. Absolutely, this is now our focus. Now that we are ready to engage with countries, this is part of our commitment to ensure that that the countries have all the information they need to make their expression of interest as solid as possible for the programs that they choose to participate in. So we will be definitely at your disposal and be ready to support you, starting with the information we've provided already through the regional workshops. But we will do everything we can to facilitate country engagement. The clean and healthy ocean, again, just to reiterate the point that even though the agencies miss the deadline, that we know that there are proposals that are ready to be submitted by agencies that are already interested. So we don't anticipate any problem in terms of interest, and we will do the due diligence of evaluating the proposal using the same procedure that we've done once we open the call for those for that particular one. The coordination between the biome, the forest biome platform. Again, this is nothing new to us. We've done it even with the current program, as Claude mentioned, between Amazon and the Congo Basin. Countries are increasingly demanding this knowledge exchange and sharing process. And so what we do is ensure that the global platform, which the lead agencies manage, or the coordination platform and the governance process, allows this kind of interaction between the different programs. So this is something we will facilitate so that the real value of the coordination for the countries is being able to learn from each other, share knowledge, and also use this program experience to engage in the global processes related to forest and forest management and forest conservation. So it is an invaluable opportunity that we don't envision any difficulties, because the agencies that have been selected for the different geographies were selected on the basis of their strengths in those geographies, but certainly also because they are engaged in the global forest conservation space. So this is going to be very rich learning experience and opportunity for the countries that ultimately get to participate in the programs. The co-lead arrangement, as we mentioned already, this is going to be a priority for the PFD. The program framework document, which goes to council, will have a detailed outline of the governance and coordination mechanism. It's a standard procedure for all GEF projects to ensure that this is clear to council in terms of how the program will be managed and coordinated, both internally to ensure coherence across child projects, but also externally to ensure that the programs are not isolated from the mainstream issues that are being addressed by other initiatives and partners out there. Those are the main ones. Let me see if Claude and I think Carlos Manuel has something to add. Carlos Manuel, over to you.
Here, thanks, Mohammed. So since the Southern Cone presenting a proposal, I'll respond in Spanish to them as well. Muchas gracias, Antonella, por tu observación con relación y también pues el eco que Brasil y Colombia también han hecho con relación a la publicidad de las propuestas que recibimos en la Secretaría con relación a la selección de estas programas de impacto. No hemos hecho la publicidad de estas propuestas como usted lo solicita por 3 razones. Primero, porque no hubo una decisión en ese sentido en la reunión del Consejo, en la 62 reunión del Consejo en junio pasado. Al no indicarse que las propuestas serían públicas, pues las agencias presentaron sus propuestas basadas en ese supuesto. Y 2, creo que hay elementos de confidencialidad que hay que respetarle a las agencias en razón de que ellas pues compiten entre ellas mismas por esta asignación y este reconocimiento. Y creo que eso es un elemento que pues garantiza una mayor objetividad y tal vez incluso una mejor propuesta en la parte técnica que también pues nosotros queremos respetar. Y el tercer elemento es que esto no es nuevo para nosotros aquí en la Secretaría. Hay muchos procesos de selección. Por ejemplo, en el Challenge Program que recibimos 300 propuestas y bueno, lo que presentamos al Consejo es un resumen y una recomendación de esas 300 respuestas o también en el Non-Grant Instrument. Así que pues hay antecedentes que se aplican en este caso. Ahora, en términos, en el afán de seguir los principios de la transparencia que han gobernado todo este proceso, nosotros en la Secretaría estaríamos en la disponibilidad de aportar la información a nivel bilateral, la información que Argentina o el Cono Sur requiera con agencias en particular y en específico. Pero en este momento, Antonella, nosotros en la Secretaría no podríamos compartir esta información por las razones antes indicadas, principalmente los dos puntos anteriores. Uno, siendo que el Consejo, cuando aprobó el procedimiento, no se indicó que esto iba a ser público. Y dos, bajo ese entendido, las agencias presentaron sus propuestas y creo yo que sería pues cambiarles un poquito las reglas. El tercer elemento es que pues a nivel bilateral, si ustedes tuvieran algún interés en alguna propuesta en particular, pues estaríamos en la mejor disponibilidad de compartirlo con ustedes. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Carlos Manuel, por tu respuesta. Entonces, ¿tampoco sería posible publicar los arreglos de co-liderazgo de las agencias seleccionadas?
No, es parte de lo mismo, exactamente. O sea, estarían gobernados también por el mismo principio, que como te indicaban anteriormente, que pues la decisión del Consejo anterior no establecía ese elemento de publicidad y que en ese entendido, pues las agencias que participaron directamente o aquellas que lo hicieron como co-leads, pues deben estar consideradas bajo el mismo velo de la confidencialidad que hemos tomado aquí en la Secretaría.
Ok, entonces te voy a pedir unos minutos para ver si podemos acompañar este proyecto de decisión. Muchas gracias.
Con mucho gusto, a las órdenes. Over to you, William.
Well, there are no more speakers. I don't know if you're going to give Antonella the time she requested or move on.
So according to what William is indicating to me, we need to wait for Antonella to come back to us with a reaction to the comments I just gave to her. So we wait.
Sí, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Carlos Manuel, por estos minutos. Sugerimos pasar al próximo ítem de agenda y luego retomar el proyecto de decisión. Muchas gracias.
Okay, we'll do that. Yes. So, William, can you guide us on how do we proceed with this?
Okay, so based on the request by the constituency of the Southern Cone, then we'll leave this decision pending, move on to the next item, and come back to it at the end of the day. So in that case, we would move to agenda item 12.
Yes,
led by you.
Yes, I will ask my co-chair to lead on this next agenda item, as I will be trying to have bilateral conversations in the meantime.
Okay, thank you very much. Then Ambassador Fetturi, you have the floor on agenda item 12.
Thank you, William. So in terms of agenda item 12, I would like to invite Mr. Jonathan Codicott to present document GEF/C03/09, third-party review of agency compliance with GEF minimum standards. Over to you, Jonathan.
Great. Thank you very much, Ambassador, Co-Chair. Dear Council members, participants, I have the pleasure to introduce the document mentioned by the Co-Chair. the third-party review of agency compliance with GEF minimum standards. So I will give a brief introduction of the context for the document and the exercise behind it. Then I will invite Lori Tuomala from the independent firm contracted to undertake the review, that is KPMG in Finland, to give a brief 5 or 10 minutes presentation of the findings. And then both the Secretariat and KPMG will be available to respond to any questions from council members. So I would like to bring to council's attention that the Secretariat has issued a revised version of this document dated November 25th. This was sent to council members over the weekend and is the version that's posted on the website. The revisions respond to requests from a number of council members related specifically to the review of UNDP, and I'll explain that shortly. The document responds to two separate and related council mandated requirements. The first one is the need to undertake a review of the capacity of all 18 agencies, the capacity of all the 18 agencies to adhere to the key GEF minimum standards. There are 4 such standards established through 4 separate council-approved GEF policies. These cover requirements in terms of first, minimum fiduciary standards; second, environmental and social safeguards; third, gender equality; and finally, stakeholder engagement. The second purpose of the document is specific to UNDP, namely following the previous independent third-party review of UNDP's adherence to the minimum fiduciary standards. The council decided in December 2021 to request that UNDP undertake a second self-assessment and update the previous one and subject that to a second independent third-party review. So this has been done, and it is included in the third-party review report of all the 18 agencies that has been prepared by KPMG. The recommended decision for council reflects the findings of the exercise, and there are 3 main features that I would just like to outline before handing it over to KPMG. First, all agencies are found to be in compliance overall with the key minimum fiduciary standards and policies, with a few minor exceptions, and there are some proposed remedies that are noted. These remedies are already provided for in GEF policy and include essentially the development of action plans to address any areas of partial compliance. The agencies with some of these areas of partial compliance will be required to submit these in accordance with the decision, the proposed decision. Second, UNDP's second self-assessment and third-party review has determined that UNDP is in compliance with the 4 key GEF policies, including the minimum fiduciary standards that were assessed earlier. The Secretariat had originally suggested that the additional specific measures adopted for UNDP, namely the project checklists, the additional council circulation period, and the monthly reporting on the management action plan of UNDP could perhaps be discontinued. Nevertheless, a number of council members have expressed a preference to retain these additional measures, at least until the time of the next self-assessment and independent review that will be specific only to UNDP, and council has requested that this already take place by mid-2023. So the revised decision before you reflects that. The decision also reflects the need to ensure that a review of the progress and developments with respect to grievance cases is included explicitly in the subsequent review of UNDP in mid-2023, as mentioned. And then finally, as we have noted in the decision, the proposed decision text and the document, there are 3 agencies that are still in the process of self-assessment and review related to one of the 4 policies under review, and that is the minimum fiduciary standards. So the 3 agencies are African Development Bank, BOAD, and the Development Bank of South Africa. And it is expected that the final review of these agencies will be concluded in the coming weeks, and before December 31st, 2022, and will therefore be included in a revised document that will be circulated to Council before the next meeting. So I would now like to invite KPMG and Mr. Lori Tuamala, who served as the principal for this work, to provide a presentation summarizing the findings of the review. And following this, as I mentioned, we're both available for any questions. So we could move now to the presentation from KPMG, please. Thanks.
Thanks. Thank you, Jonathan. Dear Council members, thank you for the opportunity to present today the results of the third-party review of the agency's compliance with GEF minimum standards. My name is Lauri Tuomala, and I'm the overall team leader from KPMG in charge of the assignment and the third-party review. I'm joined here today with two of my colleagues, but I will make the presentation first on my own, but my colleagues will also be here to respond to any specific questions you might have. I'm joined by John McAvoy, who was in charge of the MFS side of the review, as well as Tracy Dolan, who was in charge of the ESS review. I'll provide here a short presentation on a few of the topics that we did during this review. So overall, I will present the review process, the general observations that we had from this work, then an overview of the findings, and then a few recommended actions. But with that short introduction, we can move forward in the presentation, and we can take the next slide. Thank you. Here I will talk about the review process and what it entailed, so you get a better picture of how it was undertaken. So the main components of the review were, in the beginning, the kickoff and review of the material, and which was followed by a desk review of the available documentation. We began our work, this kickoff and a material collection in August. And at that point, 7 agencies had submitted their self-assessment, including all the supporting documentation. We started organizing the kickoff calls with all of the 18 organizations in August, and also actively collecting the material from the agencies. We then moved on to the desk review part of the work, and after that step, we were ready to engage in the interviews with the agencies. And in these interviews, we covered broadly experts from the specific standard areas, and also expert teams that were involved in the different areas. From our side as well, like I mentioned, we had 2 teams working on this. The MFS experts from KPMG were working on those areas, and then a separate but connected team on the ESS side. The agency interviews were specifically focused on trying to assess the application of the policies, how that went about, as well as the implementation capacity of the organization in applying these policies. After the interviews and after being ready for starting the reporting so that we had enough material available, and then so we started reporting on the individual agencies, and those were collected and prepared as we were ready. And then on the 31st of October, we submitted the consolidated report to the GEF Secretariat. And as Jonathan already mentioned and alluded to, the status I will briefly mention here on the different reviews. So for the ESS, the review has been completed for all 18 agencies, with 3 having partial gaps. For the MFS side, the review has been completed for 15 agencies, and from those 15, 3 have partial gaps. And just repeating partly, but I want to mention that the MFS reviews for those that are still ongoing for those agencies, we expect that we would be able to complete that work and those in the next month, so by end of December and end of this year. Then we go to the next slide. If we can move to the next slide, thank you. So here is just a brief illustration of the material we reviewed as part of the third-party review. This is of course not exhaustive and will be specific to each individual agency, but of course this shows the kind of extent of material we covered in the process. Also, I want to highlight that this required participation from a lot of different teams in the agencies. So, and then we had meetings and interviews with covering these various topics, as you can see on the right side of the slide. So on the MFS side, we covered areas and then units from procurement to internal audit, and as well as risk management. And then, for example, on the ESS side, we covered gender-specific teams and ESS safeguards teams, but also the program implementation teams that were relevant for our work. Then as a specific point, just want to mention the grievances area. We did a review in the beginning as well on the grievance cases that have been also published on the GEF website. And then that was done in order to understand better what kind of grievance cases are being reported and where we should focus in the review. Then specifically for each agency, we reviewed the accountability and grievance response mechanisms. But this was briefly on the information sources that we looked, and we can move to the next slide then. And here are the general observations on the MFS and on the ESS. So separately bit illustrated here. So on the MFS, want to mention that there were some challenges in compiling the material, but that also links to the topic I mentioned, that there are a lot of areas to cover, a lot of teams involved, and because of that, it took some time for some of the agencies. Also, on the other hand, we had a lot of variation here, and then a lot of agencies were already ready to go from the beginning, and we had very comprehensive responses from them. And as a good general observation, the overall implementation capacity and effectiveness is very good across the agencies. Of course, each agency has their own specific tools and procedures that we looked at in detail. Then on the ESS side, agencies definitely also had adequate implementation capacity relatively to the current size of their portfolios. And we want to also flag as a positive thing that some agencies go well beyond the GEF standards as well. And also some of the agencies were using the previous assessment as well as as a way to improve their policies and improve their capacity. And we also noted in this one increased investment in training in these specific areas. And on the 3 agencies on the ESS side that are partially compliant, they are very close to becoming fully compliant. This is based on the general observations, the things we want to flag here, so we can move to the next slide. And this is probably the good news for the council, and then we can see here the agencies that are fully compliant. So we have 11 agencies where we assess them as fully compliant, in line with their self-assessment. We can move on to the next one. And I want to mention a few points regarding UNDP, as it was following a specific process compared to the other ones, and also as this might interest you specifically. So just a bit on the background. So in 2020, UNDP initially self-assessed this as fully compliant. However, based on an internal audit process, there were several recommendations for UNDP to improve their processes. And based on that, UNDP revisited their self-assessment and undertook a comprehensive internal review process. And they set up a management action plan to address these recommendations. In 2021, the GEFs recommended self-assessment by a third party as an accelerated process went through, and that confirmed the UNDP's revised self-assessment, which was that it was largely appropriate, but a lot of the management action plan items were still in early stages, which needed further action. And in 2022, UNDP has continued to roll out the remedial actions to address these recommendations. And the internal audit from their side as well has noted adequate implementation of the measures during the year. Now in 2022, UNDP has self-assessed them as fully compliant. And then I will mention a few points on our review procedures. Generally, our approach for UNDP was similar to the other agencies. This was a risk-based approach with the focus, of course, on these actions taken to address the gaps. We received a very comprehensive self-assessment with a broad range of documentation supporting that self-assessment. We also reviewed the remedial actions by UNDP, which included a lot of action points, including revised policies, revised workflows and guidelines, as well as new systems they have been taken into use. Also, the risks or non-compliance stemming from the grievance cases was considered, and supporting material was reviewed under this. And UNDP also confirmed that in the past 6 months, UNDP has not identified common concerns of non-compliance with MFS topics. Then we move on to the final slide that I will talk about, and this is about the overview of findings where there are either partial compliance or the reviews are ongoing. So for the 3 organizations, the agencies, you can see here where the review is ongoing, and as mentioned, we hope to able to finalize by end of December. We won't go into detail here on the specific topics and in the next slides where there are recommended actions for the agencies in terms of when they are preparing their action plans. But this is the overall status, and I think we will leave our presentation to that, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I think it's back to the chair. Ambassador Futuri.
Okay. Well, I'd like to thank Lori Chuomala of KPMG for the presentation. And I now want to open the floor for questions and comments from council members.
Thank you, Pradeep. You requested the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, William. I thought, apologies for coming in first, but I thought it might be useful, given that before council comes in. First, I want to thank KPMG for the very thorough review that was done. There's obviously a very keen interest to ensure that our systems were looked at very closely in light of the past, and the focus on application and implementation capacity, as was mentioned, was really something that we honed in on ensured that evidence from the field, as well as at the corporate level, was provided to the best of our ability, given the time that had passed since various remedial measures were put in place early in 2021. We have been extremely cooperative and proactive to ensure that the self-assessment and third-party review was able to be completed on time, given the keen interest by everyone on the systems of UNDP. This came very fast on the heels of a series of external audits that we are not aware that any agency has actually gone through as much as we have, by Ernst & Young, by BDO, as well as the third-party review of 2021, 2022, 3 independent Office of Audit and Investigations reviews, not to mention a number of country-level audits, project-level audits, MTRs, and terminal evaluations. These have obviously always entail routine checks of our partner capacities, given that we work primarily through the national implementation modality. Where certain grievance cases have arisen in the past, measures have been taken in some cases with the national authorities. Our systems are regularly picking up irregularities, particularly at our partner level, as well as internally, and we will continue to ensure that we are transparent about those, because that is the right thing to do. So we are taking the actions required. I'm also happy to say that a number of donors to UNDP outside of the vertical funds have released resources to UNDP. And in fact, just following Sharm el-Sheikh, we have contributions from Japan, Germany, UK, Norway, SIDA, Switzerland, as well as ongoing discussions with several other key donors who are entrusting large sums of money to UNDP systems for implementation without any conditionality. We want to make sure that we minimize the burden on countries and very much look forward to ensuring that we can move forward proactively in light of the changes that have been introduced. Finally, we are, of course, happy to continue to report. Our internal systems require checklists to be provided internally for internal clearance systems. But if further reporting is required on a monthly basis, particularly relating to the implementation of the various recommendations, which have been completed and certified by our Independent Office of Audit and Investigation that they are complete, we would very much appreciate some guidance on what exactly the monthly reports should constitute. Thank you, William.
Thank you very much, Pradeep. Would anyone else like to take the floor? I see no names or hands up yet. So France, Stephanie, you have the floor. Stephanie, you can go ahead.
Est-ce que vous nous entendez?
Oui, maintenant on vous entend. Oui.
Ok, désolé, on a eu quelques problèmes de connexion. Donc, merci beaucoup au secrétariat pour tous les efforts qui ont été conduits ces dernières années pour s'assurer de la bonne conformité des processus de passation des marchés et de leur mise en œuvre par les différentes agences. On salue évidemment l'examen global qui a été fait et les résultats qui indiquent que 11 des 18 agences avec lesquelles vous travaillez sont pleinement conformes à toutes les normes minimales. Et on encourage évidemment les 7 autres agences à se mettre le plus rapidement en conformité avec leurs diverses obligations. Concernant le cas du PNUD, c'est une situation qu'on suit évidemment attentivement et qu'on continuera de suivre dans les prochains mois. On soutient le maintien au moins jusqu'à décembre 2023 d'un examen particulier et d'une revue de chaque projet présenté par cette agence, par le Conseil, avant la validation par le CEO et conformément à la décision initiale qui a été prise par le secrétariat. On salue la nouvelle proposition de décision qui a été envoyée hier au Conseil et qui prend en compte les remarques qui ont été adressées par les pays donateurs, dont la France, sur le cas particulier du PNUD, afin que ce dispositif particulier soit prolongé jusqu'à 2023. Merci beaucoup.
Merci Stéphanie. Janine from Switzerland, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Also from our side, we would like to acknowledge the findings of this third-party review. We are very pleased to learn that the majority of the GEF agencies are fully compliant in all components of the review. We note, however, that the majority of partial compliance and gaps exist in the minimum fiduciary standard, which needs to be followed up carefully. We are pleased to learn that there is generally a good level of compliance with GEF standards on environmental and social safeguards, gender equality, and stakeholders' engagement, even though there are some areas of partial compliance and implementation challenges observed. We ask the GEF Secretariat to thoroughly follow up on those agencies that haven't submitted the required information or need to provide additional information in order to conclude the review and to inform the Council accordingly about the results of the assessment. In relation to UNDP, we note that the third-party review conducted by KPMG concludes that UNDP has reached the status of full compliance with the GEF policies, including implementation capacity, as similarly assessed for the other GEF agencies in this review. While we welcome this development, we would like to highlight that the KPMG review conclusions on the minimum fiduciary standards are based on the described review procedure, which do not constitute an audit, an evaluation, or a forensic assignment. We would also like to emphasize that the KPMG assessment of UNDP compliance with environmental and social safeguards, gender equality, and stakeholders' engagement are based on UNDP self-assessment, desk review, and interviews of UNDP staff at headquarters. Having said that, in our view, it is important to recall that evidence brought forward by UNDP staff at country level underlines, in our view, the importance of external oversight conducted at the country level. We would like to also remind the concerns of the Executive Board in relation to UNDP's oversight and accountability mechanisms and culture, and emphasize that UNDP is expected to conduct structural reforms for fully independent oversight mechanism and a sound organizational culture, including strengthening protection for staff reporting or wrongdoing. For the above mentioned reason, however, we agree with the revised division. We welcome the points that were made in this decision, that the additional requirements are not discontinued, and that additional self-assessment and third-party review of UNDP will be required in mid-2023, based on which the decision will be reviewed by the Council. We ask UNDP to consider in its monthly report the recommendations made by KPMG regarding different points. But with that, as mentioned, we agree with the revised division. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sylvia, you have the floor, followed by Hongxia.
Thank you, William. Germany takes note of the recommended Council decision and would like to underline the urgency that all GEF agencies must fully comply with all GEF minimum standards as soon as possible. We therefore welcome that agencies that still have implementation gaps will hand in their respective action plans by the end of January of 2023. And we urge the agencies to speedily put these into action, as we see this lack of sound policy implementation with some concern. We would also like to invite the GEF Secretariat and KPMG to elaborate a bit on the specific reasons as to why some agencies still have these implementation gaps and others are actually fully in compliance. We very much welcome the work undertaken by UNDP and congratulated on the progress achieved so far. However, as others, considering the additional administrative burden, Germany is pleased to have the amended decision document in front of us, extending the exceptional reporting, checklist, and circulation requirements for UNDP until the second third-party review is undertaken. We believe that it is our ultimate goal to achieve lasting paradigm shift in UNDP, and therefore we believe that it would be valuable to have these additional reportings until the second self-assessment is presented to Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hongxia, you have the floor, and then back to Jonathan.
Thank you, William. We welcome the third-party review of agency compliance with GEF minimum standards, and we're delighted to see that 11 IEs fully comply with the standards. This is very conducive to promoting IEs to improve their own monitoring systems and ensure timely implementation and effective compliance of all operations. We encourage the GEF to oversee the IEs in addressing gaps identified by the review and taking time-bound action plans to implement the GEF minimum standards. In the meantime, we feel that due consideration should be given to the special challenges faced by national IEs, such as lack of experience and weak institutional capacity compared to international IEs. In this regard, we would strongly encourage the GEF Secretariat to provide more targeted guidance to relevant IEs and help them gradually improve their standards and capacity. Thank you. Back to you, William. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So back to Jonathan, in case you want to answer this set of questions.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you to council members for that that input. There were a few comments regarding how to deal with partial compliance and follow up, and just to assure that that there is a process in place, that the revised review will be prepared as KPMG has indicated by the end of December. And we will require action plans from the agencies in accordance with GEF policy on that, so that we have a clear policy guidance on how to proceed in this case. And of course, this will be reported back to Council after January, when we've received the action plans, and then of course when the subsequent review of UNDP is undertaken in mid-2023, there will be another reporting point for the Secretariat to provide information to Council. Thank you, Switzerland, for noting indeed the nature of this is not an audit or an assessment exercise. It's a process among agencies that are part of a partnership to self-assess and to confirm that they're meeting GEF policy requirements. There was a question from Germany about why some agencies still have gaps, and indeed The GEF agencies are a diverse group. For some, they've had to introduce new policies that have to go to their governing boards, and that simply takes time in many organizations. We have some news, and perhaps KPMG can add to this, but that in the case of African Development Bank, they have a board meeting this week at which some of the outstanding policies will be considered for approval. And also in the case of DBSA, a number of material has been provided, so that's proceeding. Laureate, I'm not sure if you want to add anything more to that.
I think you covered pretty well, but maybe Tracy from our team would like to just add on the ESS side.
Yes, hi. Just the positive news on the environmental and social safeguards, the gender equality and stakeholder engagement. There were 3 agencies that were assessed to have partial gaps, but these were primarily still outstanding from the previous review. The agencies have all been working very hard over the last few years to come into compliance with all of the GEF standards, and were already quite far along during the course of our review of them, quite far along in developing the new policies that would bring them into compliance. So the case with BOAD, they also have a meeting this week of their board and expect to have the policy approved. It's already been approved. Both of those have been approved internally and just need the final sign off from the boards. In the case of the Asian Development Bank, they've had a very extensive stakeholder consultation process and revision process while developing a new policy, because it's part of a much larger policy revamp, and they're currently in the 2nd phase of stakeholder consultations, which are ongoing at the moment. They expect to then incorporate that feedback into the new policy and have the new policy go to their board for approval in late 2023, hopefully at the October 2023 meeting. So in terms of ESS, all of them are very close to compliance. They've been working hard over the past few years. It just, as Jonathan mentioned, the process takes time when it's a larger policy revamp that has to be approved at the board level. Thank you.
Yeah, and on the MFS side, maybe John McAvoy from our MFS lead could add just a few points.
Thanks for the questions. Just to kind of add maybe a little bit of a context, I suppose the assessment process itself, I mean, was very much a kind of a learning process for the agencies, and certainly allowed them to self-reflect and build on the 2019 work that was already done a couple of years ago. So as part of that self-assessment, the agencies themselves identified some of these gaps spreading across MFS or gender or ESS. So that's been a positive kind of process and an overview of this particular exercise, which has really demanded a lot of input from different teams across the agencies. But I do sort of note the comments that have been made already and concur with them. The agencies are already in the process of developing sort of actions in response to these gaps. We expect that they will all submit the action plans by 31st of January. And I think the implementation of those should follow in a short time frame. Back to you.
I think that covers from our side the responses.
Yeah, thank you very much. Back to you, William.
Okay, thank you. Then let's continue with the list of speakers. Abby, followed by Richard. Abby, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. I will try to be brief in the recognizing that for our colleagues in Asia, it's getting rather late, although it's full daylight here, finally. So first off, we'd very much like to thank the Secretariat, Jonathan, and the KPMG team, and of course, all of the agencies for all of the work that they went into preparing the reports and to review the policies and provisions. And we're pleased generally by the results. We're appreciating seeing that GEF safeguards have encouraged development of better practices and raised the baseline for minimum fiduciary standards and environmental and social safeguards globally. However, we, as others have mentioned, we do find it a bit concerning that some agencies are not in compliance, even though it's been working on it for a while. And we appreciate the explanations that you just provided in terms of some of the adjustments in policies and alignment with the timeframes for their approvals and this process. Going forward, I'm wondering if there are particular lessons learned about for the Secretariat about how to improve this process going forward in terms of making sure agencies understand what information is required for submission, if there's further training that's needed. We also noted that agencies expressed an interest in knowledge sharing platforms to improve application of standards, and we wonder if there's a plan to facilitate this sort of knowledge sharing across the agencies in GEF 8. And then one thing we noted in particular was that KPMG noted that in many cases, the risks for projects are assessed in the early project stages, but the monitoring of those particular risks during implementation is not as active or responsive as described in the policies and guidelines. And so I'd be useful if there's time, or perhaps you can do it sort of over email to understand how the GEF can support more responsive actions during project implementation. I think this links back a bit to the conversation we were having yesterday about the importance of getting the midterm reviews in. With respect to UNDP, we appreciate the diligence and efforts undertaken by UNDP over the past 2 years, and can see that their management action plan has a positive trajectory. However, many key provisions are still being operationalized, and frankly, this echoes the same conditions that had originally led to the need for enhanced oversight. The policies on paper are not fully implemented in practice. Therefore, while we feel there's been progress, we'd like to see more evidence of policies being implemented before relaxing the additional oversight provisions. Therefore, like many of the speakers before me, I can say that we can support the modifications to the draft decision that you made to this report that maintain the added oversight on UNDP. As the decision states, we're happy to revisit this decision after the next UNDP self-assessment. And we'd also appreciate further discussion with the Secretariat and the Council on what measures are most useful to ensure policies are implemented in practice, and that the additional oversight, in fact, is effective in bringing good results in terms of implementation. Just to conclude, we want to express our appreciation again for the development of this report, the efforts of all of the agencies, the GEF, SEC, and KPMG for pulling it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on the list is Richard, followed by René.
I'll be brief. I think a lot of the ground has already been covered by early interventions, but I just wanted to say thank you again to the GEF Secretariat, KPMG Finland, and especially all the GEF agencies for what's been obviously a very significant effort to move towards meeting GEF minimum standards. Whilst we appreciate the broad compliance, we're also a little bit concerned about the partial compliance, particularly around the fiduciary and environmental and social standards, which I think potentially come back to the integrity of the operation of the GEF, which is important in terms of the standing of the GEF as an international institution. I appreciate the explanations that have been provided, and we welcome the action plans being put in place for those agencies that are only impartial or not fully compliant. And we, like others, we strongly encourage agencies to take swift action as soon as practical to rectify the non-compliance, and where that is not likely to happen, quickly advise if there's likely to be further significant delays in that compliance and that being provided to council. We do note that there's global standards are evolving in this area around environmental and social standards, gender, and having that exchange of information and learning, I think, would be an important part of the process going forward. And we echo the reviewer's recommendation that GEF should play an active role, not only ensuring compliance, but also facilitating that knowledge sharing and development of best practices going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So René, followed by Marta. René, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much. Our seat also very much welcomes the third-party review. It clearly shows that all our 18 implementing agencies are in full compliance with regards to our policy on gender equality, our policy on environmental and social safeguards, and our policy on stakeholder engagement. This is truly a commendable result. We also note that 3 African agencies still need to submit additional information to the reviewing agency in order for them to be designated as fully compliant with the GEF minimum fiduciary standards, while the other 15 are compliant with those standards. We are confident that those 3 will take that hurdle and can then continue to submit and implement GEF and LDCF projects. We would also like to ask the Secretariat what the consequences are for these 3 agencies if they do not submit the required information by the deadline of December 31st, or if that information is not enough. As to the UNDP and the 4th bullet of the draft decision, we'd like to urge for caution. Even though UNDP has made good progress in addressing the issues that caused us to monitor them closely, we feel that UNDP still is strongly represented in grievance cases that are being listed in your annual overview of such cases, as is done in document GEF C63-INF.12. We, in fact, would propose that the earlier decision for 2021, paragraph 7, and decision 26, 2021 remain in place, and thus that the 4th bullet be dropped from that draft decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marta, you have the floor, followed by Jeff.
Thank you. Muchas gracias a todas las agencias, así como a KPMG, por el trabajo realizado. La presentación ha sido muy clara y la presentación de resultados también. Queremos destacar que se haya puesto, que vemos muy positivo que se haya puesto el acento en la implementación y la aplicación de estas políticas, puesto que al final entendemos que esto lo importante no es que se haga de forma factual, o sea, que se haga de forma factual, mejor dicho, y no formal, ¿no? Vemos muy positivos que haya 11 agencias que cumplan la revisión plenamente, incluso algunas de forma por encima de los estándares del GEF, algo que vemos muy positivo, pero sin duda también tenemos preocupación por, como han destacado otros, pues la falta de información de algunos o la falta de cumplimiento completamente. En este sentido, personalmente me ha llamado la atención, dado que no tengo constancia de anteriores revisiones, y en ese sentido me gustaría saber cómo ha sido este resultado respecto a anteriores revisiones, especialmente teniendo en cuenta que muchas de estas entidades llevan trabajando con el GEF con mucho tiempo, ¿no? Por otro lado, también nos gustaría conocer cuál es el impacto de estas conclusiones. Ciertamente ya nos han respondido respecto al conocimiento del plan de acción por el Consejo, pero también cómo se va a desarrollar una vez tenido este plan de acción, quién lo va a monitorear, cómo se va a hacer un seguimiento del mismo. Y también me resultaría interesante conocer la respuesta que acaba de plantear mi colega. Por último, también quería apoyar lo dicho con respecto a la importancia de compartir la información y apoyar la capacitación. Y finalmente, con respecto a la UNDP, agradecemos las palabras y también todos los progresos y acciones realizados que vemos y que valoramos. Definitivamente vemos cierto progreso y que vemos positivo, pero también entendemos la cautela de algunos compañeros de seguir pidiendo en continuar con mantener con las decisiones de anteriores consejos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Marta. Jeff, you have the floor, followed by Emily. Jeffrey, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, William. FAO thanks KPMG for an efficient review process. And FAO would also like to thank our colleagues at UNDP for being so collaborative and transparent with us in terms of sharing their lessons learned and internal information on actions taken and risk mitigation measures put in place. Strengthening our own minimum fiduciary standards and environment and social safeguards is an ongoing process for all of us. And this engagement with UNDP was very good food for thought as we continue to strengthen our standards and processes. And finally, for Council's information, GEF agencies are increasingly sharing knowledge and experience with each other in these key policy areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Emily, you have the floor, followed by Giovanni from IPAG.
Thank you, William. Our constituency would also like to thank the Secretariat, KPMG, and all the GEF agencies for the work that went into this third-party review of agency compliance, and also the amendments that were made based on comments from some of the council members. And like others, we're also encouraged to see that the majority of the agencies are in full compliance with all the GEF minimum standards. However, we would urge those agencies that still have implementation gaps to provide the required information as soon as possible and before the end of the year. And just with regards to the measures related to UNDP, we do appreciate the efforts made by UNDP over the past 2 years to ensure compliance across all its systems. However, we would support maintaining the requirements as per Decision 26/2021 and until receipt of the next self-assessment and third-party review ahead of the June Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. IPAG, Giovanni, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Chair. First, our apologies for the absence of IPAG in yesterday's session due to the travel ahead of COP15 CBD. This statement carries with it the IPAG's collective memory of the late Gustavo Fonseca for his long-standing dedication addressing the planet's biggest environmental challenges by supporting indigenous peoples. IPAG knew Gustavo as wise and working strategically and diligently, both publicly and behind the scenes, to increase support for indigenous peoples. Gustavo may have gone to touch the face of his creator and join the ancestors, but we know he will continue to guide us. With the indulgence of the chair, we would like to offer a few notes on previous agenda items. On the country engagement strategy, IPAG welcomes this expanded and rethought approach to engaging countries and building capacity. We would like to ask that indigenous peoples are included in these meetings at all levels, with a particular focus on national level meetings where decisions are made on the allocation of funding. We also very much welcome the Gustavo Fonseca Youth Conservation Leadership Program, as there are wide gaps for promising young people to make the leap to a conservation career and policy engagement. We trust that indigenous youth will be part of this program to carry forward his legacy. On SGP 2.0, we welcome the thematic focus on indigenous peoples and indigenous women in particular. The strengths of SGP is that it is generally able to avoid being entangled with political considerations and government changes. The consistency of the staff and strategy of the national level is an asset to SGP and produces stronger projects. This would be jeopardized if the agency is regularly changed. While we too want to see efficiency in implementation, we also must recognize that SGP core funding allows for the support of key global initiatives, including the SGP Indigenous Peoples Fellows. We would like to draw the Council's attention to the fact that the GEF IEO identified SGP as the primary way that IPLCs have received GEF support in 2018. Thus, we are concerned with any changes that would reduce these already small but important resources for people protecting the global environment. We congratulate the GEF agencies proposed to lead the integrated programs by the GEF Secretariat. We welcome the perspective of the integrated programs, which we see align with indigenous worldviews that do not separate our world into silos. As the GEF and the agencies move forward in the development of global activities of the program and selecting participating countries, we call for the inclusion of priorities identified by indigenous peoples and the recognition of their role as stewards of the global environment throughout. In particular, project selection criteria should include the empowerment of indigenous peoples through free and prior informed consent processes. This alignment binds agencies and indigenous peoples together in scaling up sustainable use of biodiversity and climate change mitigation and resilience. On the third-party review on agency compliance, we first want to thank the agencies for undertaking this process, which clearly required significant investments of time and energy to respond. We are very much encouraged by the overall findings and appreciate that the GEF appears to be pushing its agencies to strengthen their safeguard standards. We note that undertaking such safeguards work, when done right, ensures that human rights are respected and prevents future problems. The review emphasized that successful safeguards really comes down to implementation of safeguards. We look forward to further conversations on this subject. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. So with that, I don't see any more speakers. So back to Jonathan, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you again to council members. There were a few comments about lessons learned and the benefits of sharing information across agencies. I think FAO has already given some very positive examples of that, and we look for opportunities to do that either through the knowledge strategy or our regular interactions with agencies at agency retreats and similar events. There was, I think, a question of whether we needed more guidance or training to agencies. I mean, we will be looking at this process as part of the overall agenda for streamlining that we've been given as part of the GEF 8. And so we will be looking at how this is the first time this process has been done for all 4 policies across all 18 agencies. And so there will be a chance for some lessons learned and sharing best practices. On the question from the Netherlands, just to confirm, the consequences for agencies if the 3 outstanding agencies don't provide information in time, we do have clear policy guidance on this, and that is that they provide the information. Any identified gaps are then subject to the requirement for a time-bound action plan. And we report back to council on an annual basis, but in practice it has been at every council meeting on agency progress in closing those gaps. So there will be a process for reporting back to council on the developments there. And to respond to the Netherlands, and just to clarify that the revised decision that we've proposed in point 4, it's number 4 in the decision, now continues the practices, continues the measures related to UNDP that were described in the previous decisions. That is the monthly reporting, the checklist, and the additional circulation to council. So that is intended to continue for review in 2023 after the next UNDP self-assessment and review, and in accordance with the decision that that some of those measures continue through the end of 2023. So I hope that clarifies that point. And then there was some question about the content of the monthly reporting from UNDP. While UNDP has been reporting on the letter of the achievement of the action items under the Management Action Plan, it is also contained a narrative that we at the Secretariat also found quite useful to describe additional actions and other areas that they were working on. And so one would assume that sort of narrative could continue in the monthly reports that come, because of course the letter of the Management Action Plan has now been closed, as Pradeep mentioned. I think that was it, Chair. Thanks again to council members for the input.
Well, thank Jonathan for that. I would like to thank council members for the questions asked, clarification sought, and also for the answers and provided by Jonathan and also members of the KPMG team. Now, based on that, I would like to respectfully invite the council to adopt the draft decision on the third-party review of agencies' compliance with GEF minimum standards. I see no objection, so decision is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go back to agenda item 7 under the chair.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, William, and thanks all for this. Let me guide council on how we should be proceeding. According to our for today's agenda, our last agenda item is the GEF Blended Finance Global Program and the NGI policy update. I will strongly recommend that we will leave this agenda item to tomorrow. It's already time for us to finish our council meeting, and I'm conscious about the time zone implications for those who are in the eastern side of the globe. So I propose not to go over agenda item number 15 and pass it over to tomorrow. I would like also to propose to council to begin tomorrow's session 1 hour earlier. So if I don't hear objections or anybody asking for the floor, I will assume that we all agree not to go with agenda item number 15, blended finance and the NGA instrument. We'll pass it over to tomorrow, and we will begin the session 1 hour earlier. Okay. Tom, on behalf of all council members, has agreed. Thanks, Tom, for that. Let me go back to agenda item number 7, the report on lead agency selection process for the integrated programs. As you know, I had Claude and myself had a conversation with Antonella from Argentina, and I think that we sort out the issue. So I'll pass it over to Claude so he can explain what we agreed to do with Antonella. And of course, Antonella, the floor will be yours after Claude addresses the council with what we agree in terms of ways forward. Claude, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. What we have discussed is the following. As I mentioned, the next steps in the rollout and design and implementation of the IPs is following this council meeting, with the publication of a timeline in early January based on council decisions for this paper and for the dates of next council meetings. That will also include the launch of the expressions of interest call for countries to participate in the IPs. These documents are sent and made public, are sent to the OFPs, the countries, the agencies, and are also available on our website. What we have proposed is to include an additional document that will summarize the concepts for each IP
and specifically the roles of the lead agencies and any co-lead agencies in a standard document that will also be made available in early January. And this will help guide countries and agencies to talk among each other, knowing what the role of each agency is on each IP, what the goals of each IP are, and will be available at the same time. I hope this satisfies the request that was made by the Southern Cones constituency, and we do commit to making this available as we mentioned in the call, as well as what I'm saying right now. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Claude, for that. Antonella, would you like to address the floor?
Sí, muchas gracias, Carlos Manuel. Muchas gracias, Claude, por la flexibilidad. Apoyamos la propuesta. También me gustaría mencionar que no fue solo Argentina quien hizo este pedido. También han participado desde otras circunscripciones de Latinoamérica. Pero bueno, sin perjuicio de ese pequeño detalle que no me parece menor. Además de Argentina, toda la circunscripción Cono Sur. Agradecemos muchísimo la propuesta y estamos de acuerdo. Gracias.
Thanks, Antonella, for that, and thanks for the opportunity to me to clarify that it's not just the Southern Cone, but also Colombia reinforce your position. So based on the fact that we have agreed on how to proceed with your observations, I would like to invite consult for the adoption of the draft decision included in document GEF/C 63/07 report on lead agency selection process for the integrated programs. I see nobody asking for the floor, so decision adopted by consult. Thank you so much to all. Thanks, Mohammed, for your presentation. And with this, we finish today's consult meeting. Any housekeeping news on your side, Willie? Okay, we did it basically on time. So thanks, everybody. We will, as I indicated just a couple of minutes ago, we will begin tomorrow's session 1 hour earlier. We'll be providing everybody with the latest information about the program for tomorrow. So thank you all. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Goodbye.